All right. We have hit live, and let's hope that this stays on track. Let's see. I was going to what was I going to do? Viewer activity? I think okay, yeah. That's like the notification section. Let's see. I'm going to put out all the tweets and stuff and notifications that I was doing online. So for everyone who's watching that is a VOD watcher on YouTube or coming in right now, we are live streaming. We're going to be opening up some boxes to start before the championship. So after the stream is over, I'm going to put a timestamp in the description to say like, okay, this is when we start watching the championship. Because the thing about YouTube, it's a little bit different than Twitch, to where like if you're a VOD watcher, it's really hard to change the title and stuff like midway through a stream on YouTube. So I'll just put it in the description so then you see it there. But as people are coming in, make sure to go say hi. Hopefully you join in. I'm just hitting enter on all these things that I pre-typed in and whatnot. So I got to put the chat on. Yo, what's up, Circle? How are you today? What's good? What's good? What's good? Hopefully you're doing well. Good to see you. I'm live a couple minutes earlier than usual. Yo, what's up, Solemn? How are you? Good to see you, my friend. Thank you all so much for coming in. But yeah, as I was saying, chat, we're going to be opening. Thank you so much. Who did that? Hockey Dude. Hockey Dude, thank you so much for that tier 1 subscription. I super appreciate that. Hope you're doing well, my friend. Hope you're having a great night. And Lil Baby, thank you so much for following over on Twitch as well. But today, since the championships, for anyone who does not know, the championships start in about 2 hours, right? To buy some time until then and to let people come in, because this is going to be the first live stream that we do commentating these championships. This is the first time we're going to do it live, so people don't really know. I've got booster boxes of both OP11 and OP12 to open from various sponsors that we have. LA Gaming and OP TCG DEX. So that's going to be a lot of fun. Ugh. And also, for everyone who does not know, whether you're a VOD watcher or whether you're watching live right now, we are going to be doing a giveaway here. Well, this stream is going to be part of a giveaway, is what I should say, from Nengarden. Nengarden's going to be giving out multiple playmats, as I quickly pull up the tweet that that shows what Nengarden is going to be given away, so I could show you all. They're going to be giving away 2 playmats for everybody in the stream, right? It's going to be a Whole Cake Island XL playmat, as well as one of their new cloth playmats of the Heavenly Yaksha. They're going to be giving those away. All you have to do is follow Nengarden on Instagram. If you just type in Nengarden on Instagram, you'll be able to find it. The Instagram link, maybe I should have on the Instagram link here. I have like a command. I have a command set on Twitch, but maybe I want to have it on YouTube, so then every time that I talk about it, I can just boom. Actually, you know what? I can go ahead and pin the message right now. I could pin both of these so that I don't have to say it all the time. That makes sense. Yo, what up, DJ Miles? How are you, friend? Hopefully Card Party is treating you well. Selling a lot of stuff at Card Party HQ. I want to go to Card Party HQ, but I just can't do it right now. Too many things going on, you know? I do have to remember, though, chat, in the early morning, reminder at 7 a.m. Pacific time tomorrow, if you want to sign up for Dallas Card Fest, the last chance qualifier is happening at 7 a.m. So make sure you tune into that. One thing that I did screw up, though, on, so chat, for everyone who does not know, we do have a new studio for our content over at Tier 1 Games, Tier 1 Card Shop. in Las Vegas, Tier 1 card shop in Las Vegas. Holy moly, Killer AJ. Yo, what up, Killer AJ? Thank you so much for the free Twitch Prime that you've got there. Because you connected your Amazon Prime account to Twitch, you got a free sub to give to your favorite streamers. Take your $2.50 for the month. I actually think on Twitch, Primes, I take the whole $5. I'm pretty sure. Don't quote me on that. That's how it used to be. I don't know if that's still that way, but I know that for regular Tier 1 subscriptions, it's like just a regular $2.50 split. But Amazon Primes, I think Twitch streamers get the full value of it. But Full Send Joe, what's up? How are you, my friend? Killer Queen, what's it going on? What's going on? Oh, but at Tier 1 Games, the new studio that we have right now, we've launched basically, but we're still like getting things settled. So like we have cameras that are getting installed in the card shop for tournaments and stuff like that, and things of that nature. But right now, there's currently not a mic in there yet, or like different cameras for the actual stream. So like I have a camera that usually sets around here. I'm not this camera. This is my iPhone, but I have another camera that sits on one of my monitors for opening product, but I forgot it at the card shop. I went to go get this mic because this mic was over at the card shop. And I needed it today, but I forgot to grab that camera. So when we open product, this right here is just going to be my little logo. But I wanted to talk to you guys through here at the start. But Illustrator, what's going on? What made you pick Atrocious TCG for a name? You're not Atrocious at all. So Atrocious is a callback to like 10 years ago almost at this point. If you look at well, actually, I don't know. I think this account is different on Twitch. My original Twitch channel name was called Atrocious Gameplay. And the whole idea was that I'm so bad at video games. I was Atrocious Gameplay because I was bad at video games, and it was a way to like have fun and be casual with like video games and stuff like that. And so I would do that. And so it just kind of stuck. People really liked it because, people would come in and ask questions, of like, why do you call yourself Atrocious? Like, well, I'm bad at video games. And so my online persona has just become Atrocious. I've just gone by Atrocious. Cause I've played card games in Pokemon, right? So I've been a, person in, I've been a person in card game spaces for a while, and so people have always referred to me as my online name Atrocious, and I kind of like it, to be honest. I enjoy, being labeled as Atrocious because nobody ever means it in like a really mean way or anything like that. Yo, what up, Sprinturd? I was gonna say, did I read that wrong? I hope you're having a good day, friend. Also, Illustrator, thank you so much for the follow. I hope you're having a good day, friend. But yes, and again, for all the VOD watchers, I'll mention this again. For all the VOD watchers, we are going to be opening up product as well as watching the Hiroshima Japan Championship tonight. I will, after the stream, include in the description for the YouTube VOD of... I will include a timestamp of like, okay, it was at this point in the stream that we started doing the Japan Championship. So if you want to like just watch specific sections or whatever, you can do that. I plan on re-uploading both sections onto YouTube, right? Because they're two completely different videos. So yeah. And then Nengarden as well. Nengarden is going to be giving away a couple different match chat as I was talking about earlier. Let me make sure that that's on that thing so I don't leak anything that I'm not supposed to. Nengarden is going to be giving away the Whole Cake Island XL mat and Heavenly Yaksha Premium Cloth mat in the stream. So it's not going to be pulled tonight, but if you're watching in the stream tonight, I'm only going to mention how to do it in stream. All you have to do is follow their Instagram. The link is in the pin message on both Twitch and YouTube. And if you're on the VOD, I don't know if pinned messages show up on the VOD, but all you have to do is just go on Instagram and type in Nen Garden. They're giving those away to you guys. So I'm not going to be mentioning it while I open the boxes, because the boxes are sponsored from other entities, right? And I don't like kind of mixing sponsors. So that's why I'm verbalizing it, sounding like a broken record right now, for anyone who's curious. Oh, of course, I wanted to try to do this, Illustrator. Stay up for the championship, because now that I don't have a real job, right? Now that I'm like doing content and stuff like that. Oh, you're doing 3 mats. Okay, so they're doing 3 mats. I lied. So I'm going to have to remember that. Whole cake, Heavenly Yakusha premium soft cloth mats, and then a regular XL whole cake mat. Okay, so there's 3 different mats that you're going to be able to get, which is a steal of a deal if you ask me. All you have to do is follow on Instagram, and if you already follow on Instagram, all you have to do is just unfollow and refollow, because we're taking the notifications on the Instagram list. So if you like follow 20 times, it's not 20 entries. It's just annoying because DJ Miles' phone blows up. What was I saying? I can't remember what I was saying. Oh, yeah, the championships. Since I don't have like a real job now, I wanted to do the championships live streamed, right? I wanted to have like kind of watch parties with you guys, talk in between rounds, talk before the tournament, talk, right? So I wanted to try to do it, kind of see how it is, because I feel like in the long run, I think the way that the YouTube meta is evolving now that the Japan Championships are much more popular, I think live streaming is probably pretty beneficial. So I'm going to try to do that and see how it goes. This is kind of like the test run, although this is a weird test run because the starter decks aren't legal for Japan. They released yesterday in Japan, but they're not legal until next week. So I don't imagine that this tournament will be overly popular, because it's technically a format that the US and the Western part of the world will never play, right? So I don't think it'll do like insanely well, but I'm still excited about it. How do I feel about Calgara in OP12? I feel like it doesn't get enough representation in the East. I feel like it doesn't get enough representation either. I feel like something's there because in the OP Hirata, who I don't know if you follow them on Twitter, if you have X Twitter, whatever you want to call it, but they recorded 10,000 games in like flagships and things like that. And Calgara actually had the highest win rate out of any deck that had over 50 games recorded in there. And so I think Calgara, even though it barely qualified, like it only recorded like 53 games, it did have the highest win rate. And so I think that there's something there with it. I don't know exactly what it is, but especially with the stuff that came out in, is it OP12 or is it reveals that are coming out soon? I'm not sure, but I think Calgara has something to it, especially with its like aggression, that I think it works out. It's going to be legal for the Malaysia CS. Is that next weekend? Because I know the Grand Asia Open is right now. Or wait, what is hold on, what is Jellybean playing in? Is Jellybean playing in the... No, Jellybean's playing in the Taiwan CS 1v1. He's not playing in the Malaysia Open right now. Is that next weekend? I think maybe. Yo, what up? Corona, how are you doing? I need to like zoom in maybe to be able to read your guys' names better. Yeah, that is better. That is better. Perfect. Yeah, Jellybean's playing in the Taiwan CS right now. But the 5th of July, okay, I need to... Oh, I don't have my markers on me. My markers are at the office. I want to write down the Malaysia CS. July 5th. I just want to watch it. Or I may cover it. I'm not sure. It depends on if they have English broadcasting. But... Isidro, hopefully I said that right. Thank you so much for being here. How are you, friend? Hopefully you're having a good day. Oh, yeah, yeah, it is OP12 that Calgara got the Nolan Searcher. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Only the drawer is being used. I admit, I haven't really looked at Calgara lists in OP12 for a couple weeks. So I need to definitely I need to refresh myself on that kind of stuff. I need to refresh myself on those. Calgara got a new Calgara card, lets you draw a card if your opponent takes a life. Ooh, that's pretty good actually. I kind of like that. Yellow is back next set, baby. AJ, just don't play Katakuri. Play Calgara. If you play Calgara, that's fine. You play blue, yellow Nami, that's fine. You play green, yellow Law, that's fine. Just don't play that freaking Katakuri, man. Don't play that. Don't play that. Of course, my friend. I'll try to keep you all updated as best I can. Oh, yeah, the Kuma. The Kuma is crazy in OP12. The Kuma is really cool. Yo, Le Baboon, Andrew. Thank you so much for subscribing over on YouTube. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. The best kind of... I don't hate you, I hate your deck. That's what I'll say. All right, chat, you ready to open these boxes? We got to get these boxes open before the championships start, okay? And we have 4 boxes. You know me, I'm a yapper. So, chat, while I open, or I guess while I get the setup going for the opening, I'm going to give you all a quick advertisement, right? Because I do have to move this camera angle and I don't want to give anybody like motion sickness or anything like that. So we are going to be running a quick ad right here over on the stream. Going to run it on Twitch and YouTube so you don't get advertisements in the middle of the opening, chat. Also, Will and Michael, hello, hello, hello. Oh, Anel. I played an Anel in the Vegas Regional. It was very interesting. Anyways, chat, I'm going to be right back. I'm just going to set up the camera so then we can open the booster boxes real quick. Be right back. Our friends over at Nengarden have officially kicked off the summer sale on their website. Prices are slashed from 10% to 40% across the entire store now. You can pick up some crazy discounts on One Piece based mats like the Heavenly Yaksha, some great anime themed mats like Paranormal Playmat and also the Curse vs. Beast, as well as if you get a Sun God playmat right now while supplies last. Every purchase of this specific Stitched Edge playmat gets a free playmat tube as well to help protect what you love, as well as a brand new pre-order that's dropped in the Pokemon region if you're a fan of Final Boss, which the colors on this are insane, man. I love this design. You can use my code Atrocious to save an extra 5% off and help support the channel, and make sure to grab your new favorite playmat while this sale's going on because you don't want to miss it. Now back to the video. Okay, hold on. Okay, I think we're ready for this. All right. I might wait a little bit longer just because of the Twitch ad. Some people are in advertisements right now. But chat, let me know. Do I open the left box first or the right box first? You let me know in the chat. Do I open left or right first? Left or right? Let me catch up on chat. Also, Michael, hello from Germany. Hey, the top 32 should be happening soon in what was it? I think it's a city or area. The regional starts with T. I can't remember it off the top of my head. Anel making the comeback would be interesting, I feel like. I feel Anel really makes a comeback when you least expect it. What deck are you playing, Lysol? Anel hard counters Rayleigh. Yeah, I mean, it might hard counter Rayleigh just because, like, the typical yellow just starves out red. Oh yeah, Lysol. I have some of the I have some of the ads that I run like during YouTube videos, right? Like sponsor reads. I have those like preloaded as scenes when I'm like setting the camera up, right? For example, or I'm like doing something else, like going to the bathroom or something. So yeah, I could see how that would throw you off. Laxaldies, what's going on, my friend? Die-hard Calgara player, can't wait for set 12 so you can finally search Nolan. I feel like there's a lot of testing that can be done with it. Right, left, open right. All right, I'll open the right box first. Yo, Chetta, what's good? What's good? Oh, you've been playing with Bonnie. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, Bonnie's cool. And Bonnie just had a really good like surge in the Las Vegas regional last weekend. There's like three in the top whatchamacallit. Top 8, I think it was. Something along those lines. All right, chat. So, chat, these boxes, these OP11 boxes are provided by LA Gaming TCG. We love LA Gaming TCG, chat. They've been great sponsors to us. If you want to get a box for yourself or anything of the sort, all you have to do is in the description on YouTube. You just go to the link that I've got down there, or in the Twitch chat, you just go !LA Gaming, and it should pull up their link. I do have a code over there if you want to go use that to get a couple bucks off of your order. And they've been awesome to me. I can't thank them enough for what they do. Can't thank them enough. They send me product, and I get to keep all the cards. Like, that's incredible. That's so nice of them. All right. Here we go, chat. The first packs of OP11. We'll probably kind of breeze by these a little bit because OP11's been out for a couple weeks. Holy smokes. I wanted to do it so I don't reveal the whatchamacallit, the back, but I'll just have to. Yo, what's up, Y? How are you, friend? Bonnie players, stand up. I will not play Bonnie. Ooh, Kobe, leader pack. So you got Kuzan Brook there. All right. Get the leader packs out of the way for now. Oh, yeah. If I just pull on the pull tab, that's how I won't spoil a potential leader hit in this box. Hachan and Vito. All right. But chat, have you, another leader pack. Got the Dawn, though. Love seeing the Dawn. And also Zeus. Zeus was big for me in the regional, but I think I'm going to cut Zeus from my green-yellow law deck, to be honest. I don't think it's worth keeping. It's cool and it's good, but I don't think it's worth it. Chad, have you got your big hits from OP11 yet for anybody who's opened? I've opened an SP from here. I opened the Shirahoshi SP. But outside of that, not anything too crazy. And the Shirahoshi SP, I think I got from the starter decks. My starter decks that I pre-ordered and opened. We got Gum Gum, Fire Fist, Pistol, Red Hawk. Ooh, and a nice Capone Beige. This is a good one to have, especially if you are playing, right? Especially like Green Yellow Law or something like that. Definitely one of the better SRs in my opinion. Ooh, Rosinante. I love Rosinante, little baby. I play and have built a green-blue Fishman Rosinante deck. Kylakai and I have talked a little bit about that ever since he posted that video, and I have loved the deck. It's been so fun to play, in my opinion. We got Doll here, and behind that, Charlotte Linlin. I don't have a playset of these. Actually, these Linlins, I think I'm missing 2 of them. So hopefully in these boxes I can get 2. Oh, I also pulled the SP Luffy Taro. That's right. I think I pulled the SP Luffy Taro in my box that I opened on stream. Oh, you need Cavendish's. Oh, you're going to play OP01 loss. That's cool. I like that. Also, TJ, how you doing? Kuzan alternate art. It looks good. Yo, you got a manga, Will? That's crazy. Got Parasparrow here. I want Cavendish to get a reprint as well. Cavendish reprint would go so crazy. And behind that, we got Prince Gruss. So no big hits yet. No big hits, just one SR. You got 3 of the Reiju alts? That's sick. I hope I could pull at least one of them. What the heck? I have a Reiju deck that's like always built, ready to go. And I need the alts. I need the alts because I don't want to buy them. Oh, it's a leader pack. I wasn't even paying attention, really. Just flying through. But I'm doing good. Thank you for asking, TJ. If we can go this whole time without dropping too many frames, I'll be happy. And chat, if there is a disconnect in the stream, I will we'll just keep going, and if I can't reconnect, then what I'll do is I'll just end it for the night, basically. But what I will do is I have the stream recording, right? I have a recording going on right now, and I'll just re-upload either the tournament or the openings and the tournament, right? So then you can have a chance to watch them. So behind here, let's crash this wedding. We've got Secret Rare Luffy. All right, so this is one of our hits of the box. This is, in my opinion, the Secret Rare that you want to get if you are getting one of the two. This Luffy has a little bit more usability comparatively to the Kobe that is the other SEC in this set. Really nice Luffy card, right? 8 cost, gets rushed. Played in blue-purple Luffy a little bit. Played in blue-yellow Nami, right? Especially pre-starter deck 22 of the Whitebeard Pirates, the Ace and Whitebeard starter deck. So definitely like having this. Definitely like having this. And can't complain about that one hit. Can't complain about that one. Danny. Hey, Danny. Thanks for following. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Manga incoming. Man, if I got a manga, that would be sick. That Luffy Crash Heart's like $6 to $8. Yeah, usually the secret rares, especially when they're not like overly crazy playable, kind of do that. I think it's a really good time right now. If you don't have a playset of like those secret rares, go get your playsets. How do I feel about Buggy in the meta right now? So I think Buggy is about like a 2.5 deck, or hold on, what I should say, it's probably like a tier 2 deck. So I think tier 0 is more so along the lines of like green purple Luffy and blue purple Luffy, right? And then I think you got some tier 1s of like Bello Betty, like Ploofy, and a couple other things. And I think Buggy kind of sits in that other area with like Green Yellow Law, with Reiju, right? That are kind of like, they're not considered rogue decks, but they're definitely good within their own right, you know? So behind here, Gum Gum, Elephant Gatling, and Kyujaku. Hopefully I said that right. Nice. Little one-drop searcher for the Kobe decks. Some of my friends at locals have been rocking Kobe and are big Kobe players. And I think they went like 6-4 at the regional. So pretty doggone good. I don't think Buggy is BDIF, but I do think it is good. I do think it is good. And it is popular, too. So if you want practice, you're probably, as Little Baby's saying, there's probably a bunch in your locals that you can watch. I did see that today, Sprinter. I did see the person who, I think, wasn't in a 3v3 team. I did see, wasn't in a 3v3 team, or I saw the Twitter post where they were running Hell's Judgment in the purple black Luffy. I thought that was really interesting. Thought that was like a really cool idea in general. Behind here, we got Doll. All right. Thank you again so much to LA Gaming TCG for sending these boxes, chat, provided by them. And I get to keep all the cards, which is crazy. So love seeing the support of a lovely friend, LA Gaming TCG. And if you want to get some of their products, you can just go ahead, hit the link in the description below, or on YouTube, or on Twitch. You can do !LA Gaming to find that. Ooh, nice, Gregory. You got Luffy Taro. I got one of those too in the first box that I opened on release day, but I haven't opened any more really since. So this is my first opening of OP11. Hopefully this is going to fill out some of my missing slots in my play sets, right? In the cards that I have, like this Luffy, right? I think I only have one, maybe two of these. So love getting closer to a playset and stuff like that. Behind here, we got Honesty Impact. Wah. I'm really curious to see how next week goes, especially in the championships and stuff. I don't know if there's a Japan championship next weekend, but starting next week, the starter deck 23 through 28 is going to be legal in Japan, and so it's going to be OP12 format. So I'm curious on how that'll go, because from what I've heard, talking a little bit with Akailakai, is that they haven't really been looking at the West, right, and what we've been doing with the starter decks in OP11. So I think there's going to be a lot of like unique creativity coming out. Some ingenuity from the Western from the Eastern Hemisphere. No, the starter decks are not legal this weekend. They are legal next weekend. They just came out yesterday. They have a similar like legality window as the West, where you have to like wait a week before you can start playing with them in official tournaments. Who's my favorite One Piece character? That's a great question. I'm a big fan of Zoro. I really enjoy the gimmick in the anime where he gets lost all the time. It's one of my favorite gimmicks that One Piece does. Yo, what up, Kraken? Still can't pick a deck. You've tried so much. That's one of the crazy things about the One Piece trading card game is there's so many decks that you can play, and there's so many like different leaders. I think is really, really sweet. What's going on, Kraken? You played in the Mexico City Regional. You finished 19th with Buggy. Holy smokes. Big claps out to you, Kraken. That's awesome. Congrats on your 19th place finish. Top 32. That's wait. Oh, so did they? No, day 2, top 32 is happening tomorrow, right? Yeah, so you qualify for day 2, right? You should be playing that out. Or maybe, are they not doing top 32? Oh yeah, Sprinter. The 410 costs. I'm really curious about those too, especially in stuff like Buggy and Blackbeard. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Lax Oldies. I'm sorry to hear that. You watch Buggy games on YouTube? There's so many good content creators on YouTube right now, especially in the One Piece trading card game. Like, especially some, like, smaller YouTubers. There's so many good ones out there that you can just watch. And it definitely, like, fills the void, especially if you don't have, like, a lot of locals to go to or things of that nature, like a lot of people to play with. All the leaders you like are not the best. Danny, I am notorious for playing tier 2 and lower decks. Ah, Arumaki, where's our other SRs, chat? We only have 2 SRs and we're halfway through this box. Oh, it's only top 16, only one day. Oh, interesting. Oh, I did not know that. I admit, I didn't really, I tuned in a little bit for the Mexico Regional, but I had kind of a busy day, and I also took a big nap today to stay up really late for this championship, so I didn't get to watch as much One Piece as I wanted to, any of the 3 regionals that were happening. Do you think they'll ever ban Giant? I think that they could, but I don't think it's going to be anytime soon. I think that they could because it is definitely a really good card and it's a broken card and it kind of changes games. But I don't think it's happening anytime soon. I'll reconsider it when they announce that there is going to be some sort of ban list update coming soon, which they haven't. Yeah, congrats on the uptick, Kraken. That's awesome. You think the 10 cost Blackbeard's going to be good? Ooh, look at that, a Jinbei. I now have a playset of Jinbei's chat. Poggers. Boa Perona Shanks, and you also think Kobe is dope. Kobe's really, really cool. I like Kobe, and I have some friends that are really grinding out Kobe. Oh, nice, Lysol. Yeah, living out in Vegas as living in Vegas, we have like a local that fires off pretty much every single day at this point. So, and honestly as well, like multiple stores every day. So if you live on like the north side of town, you can go to one store, and if you live on the south side of town, you can go to the other store, or you could go to like whatever has better pricing, stuff like that. It's really crazy out here. Yeah, I think the Vegas regional kind of popped off a little bit for Vegas. What's behind here? Red Hawk. Dang, where's our SRs? And our second hit as well. Yeah, but definitely play if you're comfortable with it. Don't try to like rush it or overdo it or anything like that. I mean, you should definitely like step out of your comfort zone, right? But don't sacrifice it for like your own mental health in a sense. You know, you feel me? You feel me, chat? I know, AJ, and I really felt this month not making the community calendar. I gotta finish up the community calendar for July tomorrow. And look at that! 8-drop Katakuri. So this is the best SR that you can get in the box. This is 8-drop Katakuri, played in almost all purple decks, I feel like. Just such a good card, right? Being an 8,000 power blocker, very respectable stat line on here. And at the end of turn, you can stand 2 Big Mom Pirates type characters with a cost of 3 or more as active. So if you want to swing with this, right, on the offensive, he'll restand himself to be an 8,000 power blocker, and he re-ramps a Dawn. So definitely the best SR in the set, a good one to have. And I think that's my first one too. So I need plenty of them. I need plenty of them. All right, moving on, chat. We're still looking for a big second hit. Still looking for that big second hit, chat. But I hope you're all having a great day. Thank you so much for joining me in this. The internet has been holding up, but I do in the near future, chat, need to get a new computer because this one is starting to hit the bed. This one's starting to need to be put down in a sense. Needs to be recycled. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited for the Gundam TCG, Gregory. I'm so excited. Yeah, that whole situation was just crazy, though. That whole situation was crazy. Yo, what up, Merc? That's my favorite non-Las Vegas Nami over there. Or that's my favorite Nami / Pokemon player over there. Hey, I appreciate those kind words. I wouldn't consider myself a top 3 One Piece TCG YouTuber. I would not. I could give you 3 other people that are better than me. At least. I could probably give you 5, to be honest. But I appreciate your kind words. That's so nice. I'm hoping to try to get more stuff coming soon, especially as, you know, we lay the groundwork and we get everything solidified, like with the new studio and also just like my schedule. You know, trying to figure out my schedule has been harder than I think, in my opinion. So hopefully to make it to where I consider myself one of the top 3 YouTubers. But right now, I think that there's so many good ones. I don't think I'm beating out all those people. But I appreciate your kind words. We got Neptune right here and Nami. So this is the second best SR in my opinion. This is a nice blocker as well. Played in most all blue multicolored decks, I feel like. That on play, being able to draw 3 cards and put 2 of them at the top or the bottom gives you a lot of great manipulation within the game. And also 6,000 power is a pretty good stat line, I think, in general. Yeah, Marco's super cool. I was watching Eggman play the list that got top 16. Who was it? Lexinator, I think it was. Top 16, I think. Or maybe it was top 32, one of the two. At the Dublin, was it? Was it Dublin Regionals? It's the same weekend as the Vegas Regional. And that deck is just super fun to watch. It is so good. All right, nice. We got this Reiju. I love this Reiju, but I'm hoping for the alternate art right here of the Reiju. And no, but it's one of the best alternate arts that you can have. It is my buff man, Katakuri. So this box, even if it's 2 hits because we only have 2 packs right here, definitely a good one because this is a beautiful SR right here. Look at how hunky he is. Look at it. He definitely lifts weights. Right, Chad? He definitely lifts weights. Look at those abs. How many abs does he even have? Chad, can you even count that high? I can. Definitely a sick, sick card. Did not have this alternate art in my collection, and now I've gonna check that off the list. Yeah, this is big Giga Chad energy. Absolutely love, 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 love this hit. And thank you again to LA Gaming TCG for sending this box. Whoop. I think right now, though, Sprinter, it's really hard to do the Eastern format. It's really hard to do the Eastern meta because, you know, the West right now is the West doesn't really care about the Eastern meta. So I can understand why like a lot of Western YouTubers wouldn't do the Eastern meta because it's a whole different format over there right now with. You know, we get some cool stuff and, like, see how OP12 is and, like, how good Zoro is, how good Rayleigh is, Kuzan, stuff like that. Maybe some different tech cards of how some of the other decks get boosted and things of that nature. But with the starter decks already being out in the West and they've been out for all of OP11, it's like we're running a completely different format, which, I mean, Buggy is not good at all outside of the starter deck. Once Buggy got that starter deck, then it became a viable deck. So it's like, it's a really interesting spot in terms of the content that you can create in the One Piece trading card game online. So here we've got Caribou and Charlotte Pudding. I don't think I had a playset of these, of the regular SRs. I have a playset if you count alternate arts, but not regular SR. So definitely a cool one. And I think that we might have one more SR. This could be an alternate art as well. But this is the last pack of the box. Yo, what's up, KOEG? How are you, friend? POV cams. Oh, yeah, like Concierge Network. I love his POV videos. I love his POV videos, to be honest. And then Noble Asta, I think, does some POV as well. I like their videos as well. I want to do one of them. I'm not sure which one. I think I'm probably going to do Peoples because I live near Peoples. Not leaking exactly where I live. But it's much easier for me to get there. Anyways, chat. Last pack, or last rare of this box before we go into the next one. It is just a regular SR of a Garp, if you like, starter deck 14 Luffy. So, all right. Can't complain too much about that box. Low roll on the 2-hit box, but the 2 hits were definitely respectable, I feel like. The box wasn't bad. I can't complain about a box that has an 8-drop Katakuri, you know, alternate art in it. Boom, and then I'll just put the SRs right there. I'm trying to like make room for my stuff. Yeah, I know, Danny. I hope the EB, or I'm sorry, PRBO2 has the EBO1 chopper in it, because there's a lot of red decks like Zoro, like Marco, that are really just gatekept for me because of that EBO1 chopper. Thanks. This mat was given to me by LA Gaming TCG. They made a custom mat, and they sent it to me. There's only 3 that exist. Here, let me, if you can see, it's like it's serialized right here. There's only 3 of these kinds of mats that exist that they made, and I own one of them, and I'm super thankful. Again, LA Gaming has been super, super nice to me. I love them. Noble Asta goes to your locals. Yo, that's sick. I hope to meet Noble Asta, or like see them at a regional. When is that new set? Are you talking about OP12? Are you talking about OP12? Or are you talking about PRBO2? PRBO2, I believe, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it comes out in August in Japan. I don't know when it comes out in the West. Much later. I would say probably like November, December. But yeah, I like Noble Asta. I like POV gameplay videos too. But I don't know if I would make them personally. I don't know. My channel's never really been about like me playing the games though. It's definitely an insecurity, you know, atrocious gameplay. It's not a lie. But I do want to get into more of showing you guys games, whether that's like on stream simulator or tabletop or something of the sort. Oh, PRBO2 is October for the West. July 28th. Oh, so it's coming out soon. Chad, this is the start of the 2nd box here. Nice. I'm so excited for PRB. I feel like we should get some reveals tonight. In the Hiroshima Championships, I feel like we should get some reveals. We got Gear 2 coming up first, and another Nami, so I'll take it. Another Nami for the playset. I believe now I have a playset actually. Yo, what up, Gabe? I'm so excited. Hey, Yamato's a cool one right now. Yamato got top 16. I think, in the Las Vegas regional, and is a really cool deck to watch. And it's pretty easy to play, I feel like. And it's, I think it's relatively cheap, right? I feel like Yamato's relatively cheap. We got Prince Gruss as the first one. And, oh my gosh, Chad. Look at that beauty. We got SP Shanks. The starter deck Shanks right here. Green starter deck KOs anything on the field. Beautiful, beautiful SP. Oh my gosh, this box is hitting. Oh man, this is beautiful. I love these SP designs that they've got going on in these last couple sets, chat, in this style. It looks so good in person. This card is insane, the texturing and all that. Woo! Let me sleeve this up. Yeah, I think BY Nami is still worth playing. I think it's still a decent deck. I think it's still good. It's definitely better with the starter decks, but with the starter deck Ace and Newgate, but you can still do some damage with it. Whoo, golly, that's a pretty card. Yo, HD and Danny, thanks for following the stream. Appreciate it. Oh, yeah, it is textured. Yeah, these SPs are definitely textured. Yeah, these SPs are textured. It's hard to see and hard to tell, but yeah, just, man, absolutely fire. Lotus, thank you also for following. Thank you, HD. First time pulling it. Yeah, Hody Jones is also getting up there too. Hody Jones is like a $6, $7 card. Yo, you live by Moist Critical? That's crazy. He definitely plays card games though. He definitely plays card games, and he plays One Piece. I know he's talked about it in videos like going to locals. I think he plays a lot of Magic and a little bit of Yu-Gi-Oh! And I think he's been playing One Piece lately. I think last time I saw him talk about it, or last time I remember him talking about it, he was playing a Nell. Yo, Skur, what's good? Green removal so bad. Green revolves about resting, but come on. Yeah, I don't think green needs more. Oh, nice. We got another Katakuri too. Poggers. Need that guy. I don't need green to have a ton more removal, because then if it has removal, it has resting Dawning characters. It has restanding, right? Like Dawn. I don't need it to have removal as well, like yellow or something. Yeah, he plays Nell. Or at least he did, like, in OP09, I think it was. I think it was OP09 that I watched his video of him, like, going to locals and stuff like that. Or his local report or something of the sort. So, it may have changed since then. But we got Parasparrow here and Prince Gruss. Reiju, Buggy, or Yamato's? I would say probably Yamato. I don't know how the Buggy prices are. I feel like Buggy is probably like a relatively cheap deck, right? Because all you need is like the starter deck. But I don't know how the other stuff in Buggy price-wise has gone. I don't think it's that bad. I mean, it doesn't play any secret rares or anything. Ah, we got Blue, Yellow, Nami. Our first leader pack of the box. Where do I put leader packs? I'll just put it right here. No, I'll put it right here. I like Reiju, though. I want to start playing a little bit more Reiju. Oh, he says he hasn't been playing OP much. I think he's been pretty focused on Magic, right? I mean, if I was a card game YouTuber that was doing, like, Magic, Pokemon, One Piece, you know, like a bunch of different card games, I'd be hard focusing on Magic right now, because there's so many people with that Final Fantasy set that are like getting into the game, that are, you know, getting reinvested into the game, right? Because of Final Fantasy. I bet you can make a ton of killer content that gets a ton of views by just doing like how to play Magic or just doing Final Fantasy related stuff. It's crazy. 5-cost Nami alternate art, you think? Well, if I do, Uncle Jim, I'll give you a firm handshake. Oh, I thought that was going to be 5-cost Nami. That'd be really cool. Green needs something to combat black decks. Yeah, I would agree, Lysol. Like, I would love for green to have... I mean, green has been kind of getting, like, counters to it, right? With, like, the Tashiki. The Hiroshima Championship starts at 12:15 a.m. Pacific time. That's when that starts. So I gotta watch the time, to be honest, as we get Prince Gruss. I gotta watch the time, make sure I don't miss it. It is 10:47. I got plenty of time. But it starts in about like 90 minutes. Pretty much. Yo, nice. You won your 2v2 tonight. Good job, Teddy. What did you and your partner play, if you don't mind me asking? Was it just blue, purple, and green, purple? Or did you, like, switch it up, like somebody play green, purple, and another person plays Lucci or something like that? We got Borsalino. Borsalino 3-cost and Carrot. Yeah, it's going to be a late one for us. But for anyone who does not know, I will have the VOD up on both Twitch and YouTube. You can check out the VOD. And if for some reason my internet like disconnects or something like that or whatever, I will have a recording of it on my end. So even if it disconnects, I will re-upload it to YouTube. So make sure to go check out the YouTube channel, chat, so then you don't miss it. Plus, the YouTube video helps out a lot if you could watch the YouTube video. We got Honesty Impact as our first rare, and behind this, we've got another Kyujaku SR. I don't know who she is, but I like her. Ooh, he wanted to try your blue-purple. Nice. I was going to say, I played blue-purple the other day for the first time, and I won. I am 100% win rate on blue-purple Luffy, chat. Technically the best player ever on Blue Purple Luffy with my 100% win rate. All right, we got Pistol, Red Hawk, and Shirley. Bam. Another pack, chat. Another pack, another set of magic for us here with this box. One cost search event, you read the 1/1. Oh, I like the leader pack and Dawn. Love to see it. Love to see the Dawn. I like the Elephant Gatling or whatever it's called. I like that event. I think it's a cool event to include in decks. Yo, playing Nami to troll. I have a fully alted Nami deck as well. It's not like fully alted as in like it's the highest rarity of every single card because I don't want to buy championship Kayas. I just have winner Kayas because I had 4 winner Kayas. But yeah, I have my Nami deck that I roll with sometime. Oh, look, there it is. Elephant Gatling. Speak of the devil. Woo! All right, Chad. I think we're about halfway through this box. I'm also excited to open OP12 after this. Reminder that after this, we do have 2 boxes of OP12 that will be opening up on top of that. So that'll be fun. We've got all the boxes for the crew, the Krusty Krab crew, as some people say. But I hope you stick around with me for a little bit. But if you got to go to bed, the VOD will be on Twitch and YouTube, as I said earlier. We got Capone Gang Beige. And behind here, we got another Jinbei. So I think I have 5 Jinbeis now. After not pulling any Jinbeis in my Japanese boxes, I have an overflow of Jinbeis now. I have too many at this point. I think the winter Kayas are really cool. I mean, I think the regional championship Kayas are cooler, but I don't think they're too cooler, right? I don't think they're like that much cooler that I'm more compelled to get those in comparison to just keeping my my winter Kayas. But we got Reiju here. Oh, it's a Garp. I've got Garp, another Garp right there. Why do you open Japanese boxes when you can't play them? Well, one, because I'm a collector. Where is that binder? Oh, I almost, like, knocked this. That would have been bad. Where's that binder? Is it this one? Oh, yeah. Like, it might be hard to show you right here. But, like, I just collect alternate arts. Chat. Like, I just collect cards. So, like the Kid Killer right here, right? If I pull it in Japanese, that's nice because it just like goes in the binder. Same thing with this Bonnie. Like, I just have it now in the binder and I don't have to get another one. So, I'm a collector, even if I don't get to play with it. But also, my Japanese boxes. These are also sponsored. Some people sent me these. So I will gladly open up and collect stuff that people sent me. So that's the 2 reasons why I open up Japanese boxes. Because I'm a collector and also because people send them to me as partnerships. So of course I'm going to say yes, you know. Why would I not take free things? And also, Japanese cards are way cheaper. Yeah, like I have the OP01 leader alternates for Zoro and also Trafalgar Law, right? Which nets you probably around like, what, $500, $600 USD if you buy them in English. But because I didn't have them, I bought them in Chinese, right? And it cost me $100 total. So I saved a ton of money to just literally own the same cards because I wanted them for my collection. I didn't want them for the pure purpose of like playing, you know? Hey, yeah, that's awesome, Teddy. I met so many people. It's crazy. I met so many wonderful people in the Vegas regional. Whoa, camera. Hello, camera. Stay intact. I met so many people in the Vegas regional, and it was honestly spinning, made my head spin. Thank goodness I was playing a deck that played really, really fast, right? Like in Green Yellow Law. So I had plenty of time to talk to people in between rounds because it's so nuts. It's so nuts. We got Caribou right here, and behind that, ooh, we got another secret rare Luffy. All right, so I got another one on the way to the playset. I don't think I've really seen people play more than 3 in deck list. There may be a world where some people play 4, right? If you're like a blue or partially blue Straw Hat Crew kind of deck. But yeah, I'll take it. If I don't have a playset, I'll take it. Japanese mangas are much cheaper. Cards in general in Japan are just way cheaper than in their English variants. That's why you see so many more people roll up with like the play sets of like manga rares, right? That they've riffle shuffled to all heck and whatnot. Foreign mono blue Luffy. Mono blue Luffy. That promo is so funny. That promo leader, so funny. But yeah, Japanese mangas are much cheaper. If you were going to collect mangas, I would do them in another language, not in English. If you don't care about like the language that's on the card. Also, Twin Tony, thanks for following. I super appreciate it. In this one, we've got Arumaki, and behind there, ooh, we got Helmeppo. So we didn't get a Helmeppo last box. This SR, definitely a cool one, especially in Kobe decks. Being able to play out like the 8-cost secret rare Kobe, put it on the field and get rush with it, 9,000 power swing, definitely really, really good. Or like pseudo rush in a sense. Yeah. Let's see. But chat, I hope everybody's having a great night. Thank you so much for joining me. It's going to be a late one. We'll be live for a long time opening these boxes and then going ahead and doing the Hiroshima Championship on Twitch. That starts in a little less than 90 minutes for everyone who's watching live and is curious. We got Sparrow right here, and behind this, look at that. We got the treasure rare of the set, chat. It is Lucky Roo. So we got the SP and the treasure rare in this box. Definitely an interesting box. I know that this isn't everyone's favorite treasure rare, but I do really love this Lucky Roo and the red-haired pirates gang on this card. Definitely a fun one to have, right? Especially Lucky Roo in the Shanks deck. Very, very cool blocker. Nice box. Nice pulls in this one. Yo, what up, Joe? How are you? Love to see the Lucky Roo. Shoo! What's better, Buggy or Red-Green Smoker? I think, honestly, Buggy is better than Red-Green Smoker in this meta, Antonio. I definitely think so. So, Chad, that was 3 hits right there. 3-hit box. Nice. I'll take it. I will take it. We still got, I think, 1 or 2 SRs that we got to go through and also a Dawn Pack. So, let's just speed through this very quickly because we know... Oh, there's the Dawn Pack, by the way. Because we know there's no more hits in this box. Shoo! Nice, Chad. Chad, does anybody have Lucky Roo? Checked off a couple different alternate arts on my list. Put that right there. Playing Buggy versus Smoker on Sim hasn't been easy, but also not hard. I feel like it's 50-50. Oh, definitely in a head-to-head, I think it's a good 50-50, right? I think it's good. But if you're talking about like how they're positioned within the meta, I think Buggy's positioned a little bit better. Yeah. Yo, what up, Love Oreos? How are you, friend? Yeah, 3-hit box. Cannot complain. Cannot complain, chat. Love me a good 3-hit box. Whoa, we got Hibari. Nice. I do not have a playset of these yet. So if I want to build the Kobe decks, I don't know if I need a playset in the Kobe decks. But I definitely will. I definitely will need a couple of them. I think a lot of my friends either run like 2 or 3 in their decks. And the final one is Lord of the Coast. So, Chad, that is all the OP11 boxes. Let me put these right there. Put these right there. I'm trying to like organize myself right now. So, Chad, provided by LA Gaming TCG, we got the 2 OP11 boxes. The first box wasn't bad, even though it was a 2-hitter. It was the OP11 Katakuri blocker and also the Luffy. But even though we repeated the Luffy secret rare right there, a lot of people might say that the second box was the big hitter because it involved SP Shanks and the treasure rare Lucky Roo. Shoo! Nice boxes, nice boxes. Yo, what's up, Hamburg Z? I hope we get some SEC reveals tonight as well. That would be nice. Whew. Love to see it. Nice boxes, chat. Cannot complain. Got a couple new alternate arts that I didn't have, and then rounded out some play sets with the Luffy, and then, you know, these different SRs that I have. Perfect. So, chat, real quick, I'm going to play an advertisement over on Twitch and YouTube as I get the OP12 boxes and things of that nature. These OP12 boxes are going to be provided by OP TCG DEX. If you want, chat, OP TCG DEX, if you want to, it's a free collecting tracking app. You can track your collection in there. All you have to do is go to the description on YouTube and hit the links on the Apple or Google Play Store, or what you can do is you can on Twitch do !OPTCG DEX. So chat, I will be right back. Hold on to your butts. I'm going to set up for the OP12 boxes. This video is sponsored by OP TCG DEX, the premier One Piece trading card game app that allows you to track your collection, right? With double-digit sets and starter decks now, it's hard to keep track of what you own. Having a premier filtering system, as well as cards that are available both in English and Japanese, you can not only log your collection for your decks, but also for collectors like me that like to get the Japanese exclusive promos. You can go ahead in the description and click the links for either the Google Play Store or the Apple App Store to be able to download this app for free, and you can get the pro version of this app for 30 days using my code Atrocious. Thank you so much again to OP TCG DEX for sponsoring this video, and now let's get back to the championship. All right. Yeah, Danny, it's OP TCG DEX, DEX, not like a deck, like you bring a deck to a regional. That's my bad. I need to work on my pronunciation. But also, something that I need to do, I need to switch this. Boom! Oh, this is a little bit, I need to shrink this just a smidge. Just a smidge. And also, chat, Nengarden is going to be running a giveaway, chat, during this stream. Anybody who is in the stream right now and goes and follows Nengarden on Instagram has a chance to win any of like 3 different mats that they're giving away. They're giving away a ton of different great stuff. I should go to this right here. They're giving away 3 different mats, in XL of the Whole Cake Island mat, as well as a regular premium soft cloth playmat of the Whole Cake Island, as well as a premium soft cloth Heavenly Yaksha playmat on the on there. And all you have to do is follow them on Instagram, and if you already follow them on Instagram, just go ahead and unfollow and refollow. Doing it multiple times, though, does not get you extra entries. We will be pulling the winners in the next stream. So if you are watching the VOD or anything like that, and you're at this point, well, you still have time to enter in the giveaway, so long as you don't watch this like 2 weeks after, you know, this airs and stuff like that. But we've got these 2 boxes right here, chat. Let me know, are you taking the left box or the right box? Which one are we opening first? And I got to open these boxes. Oh my gosh. Holy moly. What's cooking? Good looking. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much, Luffy TV, for that raid. How were your games? What were you playing earlier? Were you playing Luffy or anything? Dude. Thank you so much to my favorite anime villain for following. Ooh, who's my favorite anime villain? Who's my favorite anime villain? Yo, Luffy TV, thank you so much for subscribing with the Prime as well, using your free Twitch Prime. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Using that free Twitch Prime. If you connect your Amazon Prime to your Twitch account, you get a free sub that you get to put to your favorite streamer every single month. So officially, since the Luffy TV used his free Twitch Prime sub on me, that means that I'm his favorite streamer. I don't make the rules, I just follow them. Thank you so much, my friend. I know it's really late for you, so if you got to head out, I appreciate you so much, my friend. Thank you so much for the raid. My name is Jake, also Atrocious. We are opening up some product that are from sponsors that we've gotten. We've gotten some OP12 sponsors that were given to us by OP TCG DEX. It's a free collecting app on your phone that you can utilize, and then afterwards, after we open these, we will get ready for the Hiroshima Japan Championships. We're going to be commentating them. If you have seen me on YouTube before, I am the guy that just commentates over all the Japan Championships. If you've ever watched my YouTube videos, so we're going to be doing that live. I've got 69 minutes to do this, chat. Very, very nice. So we've got to open up. Let's open up the left box since you guys were kind of tied on that. Let's open up the left box here since we opened up the right box. We opened some OP11 earlier from another sponsor, and 2 boxes, we got some pretty good hits, right? Especially these 3. These 3 are banging, I will say. So cannot complain about them today. Cannot complain. I'll see you soon, my friend. Yo, Dripton, what's good? How are you, friend? There we go. Chat, I hope everybody's having a good day. Also, as part of that raid, favorite anime villain, Luffy TV, Daydreamin' Drazen, and El Chu Mijas. Thank you so much for using that what's cooking good looking raid message. Appreciate it. All right, first box, chat. Let me throw that over there. My office is a mess, by the way, because of this. So, chat, in Japanese booster boxes, in especially OP12, if you do not know, a lot of times in the West, right, you're either hitting a 2-hit box or a 3-hit box. 2-hit box is low roll, 3-hit box is a high roll. In Japanese, right, in these main set expansion boxes, 1-hit boxes are the low roll, 2-hit boxes are the high roll. So it's a little bit different in the Japanese version of the card game, but what I'm hoping to hit a leader, right? Because I collect all the leader cards in the One Piece trading card game, all of the alternate leaders. So I don't have any from OP12, so I want to make sure that I hit some. We got Rosinante right here. I forget who this guy is. I don't care about his name. And then also, I know him. He's in the Shank starter deck. I forget what his name is. Douglas Bullet, that's his name. And then, nice, we got a 1-drop Hiyori, chat. So this Hiyori is a great Hiyori in my opinion. This is one of the reasons that OP12 Green Zoro is so good, right? This is basically a 1-drop Bonnie. Is the best way that I can say it, right? It's a 1-drop, so you pay 1 Dawn to play it, and you pay 1 Dawn to rest and search with it. Definitely a really good rare. Definitely want that for my proxies when I start doing some practice. 4 out of 12 boxes in a case are 2 hitters. Oh, so, yeah, so you definitely don't have good odds of getting a 2-hit box, but I believe, chat, I believe in us. Maybe we'll also get the Blackbeard that's in there. Oh, we got Baby 5. We got Little Baby 5, Vanilla Baby 5 in here. And also Buggy. I thought this may appear in like Silver's Rayleigh decks in the OP12 Silver's Rayleigh deck, but hasn't really been played at all. Him or the Shanks. We got Edward Newgate right there in that nice fancy hat. He looks a little bit younger in this. Nice 2K. And behind there, we have Haku is, I believe, is how you say their name. I love also the foiling on this card, chat. It's a little bit difficult to see on here, but if you look at the foiling, all of his like power swirls in this are foil. It looks so good. I don't really know. For anyone who doesn't know, I have not finished One Piece. I'm not anywhere close to finishing One Piece. So most of the characters, I have no idea who they are. I joined this card game because I like the card game. I thought the card game was a lot of fun. And now I really like One Piece. I'm slowly catching up. But this guy, Haku, this foil is awesome. I love this. Or Hack is what he's called. Is that what he's like actually called in the anime? Yo, what's up, Domo? No, I don't need a Shanks alternate art leader. I have one. And I don't need another because he stinks. Okay, you guys just call him Hack. All right. That's good to know. We got Hachan. Love Hachan. We got Kuma. Or this is like, he's named differently. What is this? Bashifuisuda? Which I don't know what that means. But I know that Kuma is like something along the lines of like a robot at some points. We got Inazuma Kuzan, so we got a leader pack in here. Kuzan, an excellent leader that's actually been making waves in the last couple weeks. Oh, Pacifista. Yes, that's what it is. Thank you, KOEG. Kuzan, an excellent leader in the One Piece trading card game and also the OP12 format, right? Even though it may not have the tops like Rayleigh or Zoro does, Kuzan is a really interesting one that has gained a lot of popularity and a lot of meta share the last couple weeks, and I'd be curious if it ended up in the top 16 tonight. Has an ongoing leader effect that if you discard a card from one of your Navy effects, right, like a draw to trash to, you get to draw as many as you discard, right? And that happens on your turn. That happens on your opponent's turn. It is all the time. Very, very cool leader. Love that. And also Shanks, this nice 4-cost blocker right here. Love that, Shanks. Yes, I heard about the new Luffy Egghead deck. Definitely really interesting. So the hit rate for a Japanese box, love Oreos, you get one hit typically in boxes. 4 out of 12, as was said earlier. 4 out of 12 boxes are 2-hit boxes. So, yeah, and in a box, 1 SP, 4 secret rares, 2 alternate art leaders, and 8 alternate arts total. Yeah. SP and manga come in SEC boxes. Oh, I didn't know that, actually. I did not know that. But yeah, definitely buy your Vegapunk stuff, chat, if you don't have it already. We got Borsalino. I've seen this in the Kuzan deck. Also has really good foiling, right? With that light thing that Borsalino does. I don't know what it is, but definitely a cool one. But yeah, the hit rates of Japanese product is a lot different, but it is a lot cheaper. This one cost event is in a lot of Kuzan decks. I believe it's like trash 1 card plus 4,000 power counter for 1 Dawn. And with the Kuzan leader effect, you get to draw 1 card afterwards. So Kuzan kind of acts like a filter where you get like also plus 4,000. Such a good card. Chat, we got that smile guy right there. And Sengoku allows you, after you pitch 1 card from hand, to search the top 5 of the deck and grab 2 different Navy type cards. So nice 3-cost searcher that a lot of people are playing in Kuzan decks. Love that guy. He's actually seen a lot more play than I thought he would. I think in my like initial review of OP12, like before the set came out officially, I said it was like, I thought it was a fine card, but I didn't know if Kuzans would include it in their deck list, and I've been pleasantly surprised to see it. Yeah. Yeah, okay, so you get the you get it no matter what. That's right. Ooh, we got Koala, chat. We got Koala in the nice Kuzan. This Kuzan's actually more exciting. Allows you with that on play to freeze an opponent's, I think it's character or Dawn. I'd have to review some of the stuff. We're going to do some reviewing of a lot of the OP12 cards before the regional, but Koala is definitely one that I need to make sure that I pull the translation for, because Koala has not seen much play at all in the East, especially at the big championships and things like that. So I gotta pull up a translation real quick to make sure I don't say it incorrectly, because this one I'm not as familiar with off the top of my head. Let's see. All right, Koala, the ongoing effect on here: when this leader attacks your opponent's leader, if you have 2 or more cost 8 or higher characters, you draw 1 card. Very easy for the Koala deck because you have multiple characters that boost themselves up in cost, like Karasu and also the Morley, right? Give themselves +4 cost. And also Haku, I think, gives himself plus cost, if my memory is correct. But anyways, the once per turn right here, the second effect: when your opponent plays a character with an original cost of 8 or more, or plays a character due to a character's effect, you can activate this and your opponent adds the top card of their life to their hand. So a lot of people thought that Koala was going to be broken upon release, and it has been honestly like pretty underwhelming. Yeah, it really lacks removal. It doesn't, like, it does good in like kind of burning life, but outside of that, and not even really burning life, like you still put the life in hand, so you still get it. It's just the removing cards off the field. Here's that 3-drop searcher that Calgara can play. What am I thinking of right now? I was going to say something, but I forgot what it was. Oh, there's that event again. We've got Shanks there. We've got Jaguar D. Sol. And we've got this Don Quixote Rosinante. I love this art. It's not really a great card, and it doesn't see like a ton of play, I feel like, but this card looks so good. Or this is not Rosinante. This is Don Quixote do Flamengo. I'll learn, chat. I'll learn. The best build for Koala is hand removal. Yo, what up, Bryopia? Most even run Slave Arrow now? Oh, with the Kuzan deck? Are you talking about? Ooh, we got this one, which is the Dawn, but now it's an event card. The I Love You. We got Zeph right here that is not played in Sanji at all. Sanji does not play this guy. And Shakuyaku is, I believe, how you pronounce it, at least in Japanese. Shakuyaku. This is a 1-drop searcher that finds an event card or Monkey D. Luffy, I believe. It's something that you can play in Silver's Rayleigh. But it's like how Sengoku was, that 1-drop blue Sengoku in the Doflamingo decks, where like it's not the same typing as what the rest of the deck is, but it functionally finds everything that you're looking for. Yeah, it finds Luffy or an event. Is the OP12 Sanji any good? It's one of my favorite decks of OP12, I'm not going to lie, Danny. It's not anything that's like making the high ranks of like the Japan championships, but it's a really, really cool and interesting deck that has a lot of like interesting flexibility with like playing with the different builds and things like that. So, chat, we don't even have an SR yet in this box. We've got Trafalgar Law right here. I love this Trafalgar Law art. I don't really know because I haven't made it to Dressrosa yet in the anime or anything like that, but I love that he's in the mustache and this guy's like, oh my god, I assume that's his heart right there. I don't really know. I don't know the lore, but behind here, oh my gosh, dude, this is the alternate art that I wanted so bad from this set. This is Don Quixote Rosinante. Oh my gosh, this illustration is drop dead gorgeous in my opinion. Holy smokes. This is not a money card, chat. This is not like the most expensive card in the set or anything like that. It's not going to make you millions of dollars. But who illustrated this, by the way? Kento Terasaka. Kento Terasaka, if you ever hear this, I absolutely adore you. I love this alternate art. I think you did incredible in this illustration right here. You had one job and you did it so well. Oh my God, this is so good. This is so good, chat. Wow. This is an incredible card. Holy smokes. I am so happy to own this, chat. You do not understand. I remember when this card got revealed, this was like one of the first OP12 alternate arts I think that got revealed, or just cards in general. And I immediately remember saying on Twitter, I'd have to find the tweet, oh, and it looks so good. Look, this FCBC sleeve looks so good with this card too, Chad. Look, it matches. I remember saying, like, I need this card. I remember saying, like, I will own this card. I don't know how, I don't know when, but I will own this card. Do you think Zoro OP12 has potential? I think Zoro is a insanely good deck in OP12. I think it's a really good one. I think it's a great deck. It's debatably the best deck to come out of OP12. I don't know. Silver's Rayleigh's giving it a run for its money right now. But it's definitely up there. If you want to play if you want to play Zoro in OP12, that is not a bad choice. Fred from Scooby-Doo. Bello Betty. This Bello Betty was played in Lucci. It was played in the 3v3 Grand Asia Open winning team. I believe it was Grand Asia Open. Guan Rock? Is that how you say their name? I can't remember. Man, I feel terrible. But they had a Lucci player that was playing this Bello Betty. It was like, I think it's when it's a 2K. It's a 2K Bello Betty. 4,000 power. When attacking, you mill 2, and you get to -2 on one of your opponent's characters. So it does a really good job in like setting up like different knockouts and stuff. Really, really interesting card in my opinion. All right, we got some Sanji events going on right there. And we've got the Vinsmoke Sora, which I don't even know what she does. Yeah, like Rayleigh's been a top deck contender. Zoro's been a top deck contender. I've been so happy with Rayleigh because I've been a Rayleigh believer since day one, chat. Now, I didn't think that Rayleigh was going to win the championship that it did. I thought it was going to be like the second best deck, but it's really coming up as like the #1 deck. And speaking of Rayleigh, we've got the nice Rayleigh Dawn card. I'm going to have to hit up my friend Ruben and ask if he wants this. He's a big Rayleigh fan. So I'm going to have to see if he wants this for his set. Oh, and we got Koala right there. Nice little rare. Yeah. I love this. I love this one. Guan Rong, that's his name. Yes. Oh, it was championship. Oh, it wasn't the Grand Asia Open? I thought it was the Grand Asia Open. My bad. My bad on misspeaking that. I was going to say, like, I just saw it this morning. It was like, it's the 3v3 and then there's the 1v1 going on right now. I think this is armament hockey. This is Buso Shoku hockey, which I don't know how that I don't know what that translates to. Somebody else will have to do it. We got Ivankov right there, and it's our first SR of the box, chat. We got Trafalgar Law. All right, so this is a Rosinante green or yellow purple Rosinante box right here. We got this Trafalgar Law. Let me pull up the translation. I'm not overly familiar with what it does. This Trafalgar Law right here. On play, if the number of your Dawn is equal or less than your number of opponents' Dawn, add up to 1 Dawn from your Dawn deck as active, so it gets to re-ramp, and then all your characters with Don Quixote, Rosinante, and Hard Pirates type get 1,000 power until the end of your opponent's next end phase. So it's a way to boost up all of your Trafalgar Laws, because I think the Rosinante deck, right, just plays a ton of Trafalgar Law. So this was a cool new Trafalgar Law that we got in the set. Yo, what up, Joshua? It starts at 12:15 Pacific time. So that is in a little less than an hour. It starts in a little less than an hour. The SR Law looks like he's giving us the bird. Oh my gosh, it does. Nice. I love this. I love that he's given the bird. Yeah, his team won the 3v3. 40 minutes until the CS? I thought it was 12:15 start time. It says 50 minutes on my on YouTube right now. It starts in about 50 minutes. So we'll get done before then. This eShow, I love this eShow art. This eShow illustration is insane. So good. There's so much good art in this set, chat. We got Ivankov and we got Boa Hancock as our next SR. This Boa Hancock, speaking of Rayleigh, is one of the reasons that Rayleigh is so good right now in the OP12 format, the One Piece trading card game. Has that on play of being able to find a red event or Monkey D. Luffy card. And then after that, if you trash the character, you get to get 2 rested active to a character or leader. So really, really good, especially at 3,000 power. Can't really swing too much until you use like your leader effect maybe to make it a 5,000 power character. But instead of your opponent swinging into it, you can reutilize the Dawn that you maybe utilized earlier. And you can put that character in the trash. Clear up your board a little bit. We got Kinemon as this next pack right here. But going through there, we got the Observation Hockey. This is the 0-cost searcher event in the Rayleigh. You get to put an active Dawn on your Silver's Rayleigh, and if you do, you look at the top 5 for an event. Or no, it's a character with a cost between... Or it's a character with a cost of 3 or more. So in the Rayleigh deck, it's a cost of 3 or 4. And I believe, is it just that? Hold on, chat. I'm looking at the translations. Yeah, it's an event card or a character card with a cost of 3 or more, and you can add it to the hand. Definitely a very, very good event. And we got Baby 5 as the rare in that pack. Yeah, no, Rayleigh is like a really consistent deck. It's a really cool one to watch. I agree, Twitch. Also, how are you doing? What deck am I playing right now in OP11? Good question, Fausto. I'm playing Green Yellow Law. I've been having a lot of fun with Green Yellow Law, but I want to play a little bit of Reiju, I think, here soon. I want to play Reiju here soon. And for our rare, we've got the Captain's Assemble event, I believe it's called. It's basically a 1-drop searcher event for the Rev Army. Yeah, the Observation Hockey, searching a character or an event. It's just got to be a cost of 3 or more. It doesn't matter which one, but it just has to be a cost of 3 or more. Ah, look at that 3-drop Bonnie. I think people are playing this in Trafalgar Law chat. I think people are playing this Bonnie. Speaking of Trafalgar Law, I think they're playing this card because this card with the activate main, if you rest it, your Supernova leader gains 1,000 power until the opponent's next turn. So it's like, is it till the end of your opponent's? Yeah, the end of your opponent's next turn. So it's like a 6K leader through your opponent's turn, which is very, very cool. Very cool. Hey, thank you, Twitch. We've had some good pulls in these boxes, so we can only hope for more. And Sanji, this is a nice Sanji. So, chat, this Sanji event card, you look at the top 3 of your deck and you put a card in your hand. This does not say you have to get anything specific. If your leader is Sanji, you can play this card, but you get to just take any one of the top 3 and you don't have to reveal it. That's the big thing, because you're not grabbing anything specific off of the top 3. You don't have to reveal what that draws. So if anybody, when OP12 comes out, tries to like yell at you at locals for not revealing that card, you don't have to reveal it. Don't let anybody cheat you, chat. Don't let anybody cheat you. Did Bonnie ever have a piercing under her eye, or is that something else? I'll look at the card here in a second. I don't know, because I'm not far enough in One Piece. But we've got another Sanji event. This is another event. This has like 2 different options on this. I'm getting more familiar with the Sanji deck because I've been watching more and more of it. Yeah, if your leader's multicolored, chat, you can either put an opponent's 4 cost or lower in the owner's hand, or if you have 6 or fewer cards in hand, you can draw 2. Definitely a good one in the Sanji deck. Yo, what up, Duville? Oh, wait. Yeah, let me pull up that Bonnie. I think she's always had this. I think she's always had this piercing right here. Oh, yeah, if we pull the manga, we can see if there's a piercing. Yeah. Who do we think is going to win the Hiroshima Championship today? I don't know, to be honest. I mean, I feel like it's wide open. I feel like it's going to be, I'm going to say green, purple, Luffy. That's my official guess, chat. No, just kidding. I take that back. Who do I think is going to win? I'm going to say Zoro. OP12 Zoro is going to win the event. Oh, and look at that. We got another SR right here. This is Shirahoshi. I love this artwork. This is not like an extremely good card or anything like that, but this Shirahoshi right here is nice for the Shirahoshi deck if you're looking at playing it. If one of your characters with an original cost of 6 or less leaves the field by an opponent's effect, you can flip the top of your life face up instead. So this is really nice, especially because it is not a once per turn. That's that ongoing effect. So you can technically use it multiple times in a turn, although it's probably really difficult to do that. And on opponent's turn, if you don't have any other Shirahoshi character with an original cost of 2, all of your characters with the Sea King type gain 2,000 power. So a little bit of survivability on the defensive side. Very, very cool card. Favorite card of the set so far? This guy. This Rosinante right here. I wanted this alternate art so bad. I was going to buy this alternate art, but now I don't have to because I own it. The card is great. What do you mean? No, it's really good in the Shirahoshi. It's really good in the Shirahoshi deck. It is. It is really good in the Shirahoshi deck. And it's a great card, right? Just Shirahoshi's not that good of a deck, unfortunately. Oh, here's the 1-drop Rosinante that's not the alternate art. There it is, right there. If you get 4 SRs, then it's a 1-hit box. Oh, interesting. So we got to hope for no more SRs, chat. We've hit 3 SRs. We got to hope for no more. Hope for no more. We got, what was his name? Sentamaru. No, that's not Sentamaru. Sentamaru is another one. Pacifista. That's what it is. I remember, chat. I listened to you. We've got Odin right here. I thought this Odin was going to be played in Rayleigh decks, but I was mistaken. And behind that, we've got another SR right here. So, chat, speaking of the devil SRs, we've got Reiju, though. This Reiju is really interesting. I like this card a lot. This Reiju right here, 4 cost, 5,000 power, but is a blocker. So this is a new 4-cost Reiju blocker in the Vinsmoke family typing in purple. But if your trash contains 4 or more event cards, this character gains 2,000 power and plus 5 cost. So really difficult to remove, and also becomes a 7,000 power blocker, which is so good right there. Oh yeah, Kuma, yeah, for sure. Yeah, like his name is Kuma, but he's also Pacifista, isn't he? We've got another Bonnie right there. I might fly through these a little bit longer. Nice, I got a Rosinante leader. I did not have one before. Got a nice Rosinante leader, and this 1-drop event of Kaido getting the getting the crap kicked out of him by, who is that up there? I don't even know who that is. I can't tell. Come on, camera, focus. Is that Frankie? No, that can't be Frankie. Kid? Katakuri? No idea. We're almost done with this box, though, chat. 3 packs to go. And then we got one more box before we get into the Japan Championship. So let's keep going through this. We got the Barati right there. That was that stage. And, ooh, this is a good one. Demonic Nine Sword Style Asura. This is a great card that people are playing, especially in the Zoro decks. Whoa, come on, camera. Stay alive, camera. If on the main you rest 3 more Dawn outside of this 1 cost, you can rest 2 characters or Dawn cards on your opponent's side of the field. It's like a mini Hody Jones to where you don't have to take a life. I will take that. Very, very good. And you can get plus 3,000 power on the counter. So really flexible. We love Hody at home. He's honestly like better than Hody though, in the Zoro deck at least. He's better than Hody. Because it rests 2 for less Dawn. You don't get the Rush character, but... Oh, speak of the devil, there's the Zoro right here. This Zoro's so good, chat. This is so good. This is such a good guy. Dawn ×3, activate main once per turn. During this turn, if this leader is battling an opponent's character, set the leader as active, and then during the turn, it cannot attack opponent's characters with an original cost of 7 or less. This is crazy because... You play a deck. Oh, speak of the last card, we've got Sakazuki right there. Your deck revolves around resting different characters on your opponent's side of the field and then swinging into them 8,000 power with leader and then getting a restand and then swinging 8,000 power at lead. You rest characters, you clear board in a sense, right? Or at least you force a lot of counter out of hand. And then you just go at lead. It's an insane deck. It's a crazy deck. One of the better ones of the meta right now. And then the last pack of this first box, chat, we do have one more box to go before we get to the Japan Championships. And let's just fly through it on this one. Kawamatsu, which I think is played in some of the Zoro decks. And this Sanji. Ooh, I want to talk about this Sanji actually real quick. Before we go, this Sanji is very good in the blue-purple Sanji deck. We didn't pull the leader in this box, but we'll probably pull one in the next box. For every 5 events in your trash, this character gains 1,000 power. And then, if this character were to leave the field due to an opponent's effect, you can instead return 1 Dawn into your Dawn deck. So, it's not a once per turn that effect works. It's any time. So, you can get, I mean, like, that guy will stay on the field, you know. He will stay on the field. He will not leave the field. And especially because the Sanji decks, for those of you that don't know, are like half events. You have a lot of events that you can trash and you can build up his power as time goes on. Very, very cool. Love that. I'm going to put this down here. Even though we're going to be moving into the second box, chat. But chat, thank you so much for everyone that's been here, that's hanging out. If you're enjoying the stream, if you're enjoying the, we'll say the Hiroshima Japan Championship pre-show, make sure to go ahead and follow or subscribe onto the channel. And then also, so you can check out more content. This is in part of OP TCG DEX. They sent me these OP12 boxes. If you want to get it yourself, it's a free app that helps you track collecting. You can track your One Piece TCG collection with that app. You can download it for free on the Apple or Google Play Store. Just go to the link in the description on YouTube or type in OP TCG DEX in the command on Twitch to be able to pull that up. Definitely a good one. Love the app. And their continued partnership. They've sent us boxes before of these sets that release in Japan. We love them. But chat, here's the second box. Let's see, how much time do I have to open this box? I'll go by a little bit faster on this box, just simply because we've got the championship coming up, and we've seen a lot of the cards in this already, just through the first box. We've got about 36 minutes left until the stream starts, at least, as we get baby 5 there. So it won't start right away. They'll have like a talk. They'll have like a pre-talk in there. Well, they'll talk about prizing. They'll talk about, you know, the format, things of that nature. So it's really like more like an hour, I think, until the games actually start. Riffle shuffling the packs. I always shuffle the booster packs in a booster box because I can't remember which game or set or whatever that it was, but a long time ago, when I was opening some other card games, you would be able to map like hits in a box based on like the position of the pack. And so it was at that time that I started shuffling the packs before I opened them. And so now it's just like something I do every time now. It's just something I do. And behind here, we got Captains Assemble on that one. I can't wait for OP12 as well. It's going to be so nice. And then simultaneous release is going to be really cool. I'm so excited for simultaneous release. It's going to be so cool to like kind of figure everything out together in a sense. Even though I don't know how much, you know, I think the West pays more attention to the East than the East pays attention to the West. But hopefully there's like a little bit more collaboration between the two regions. I think it's going to be like really cool in terms of what it could do for the game. We've got this guy right here, and behind there, another Don Quixote do Flamingo. We pulled that guy in the last box. Man, I didn't pull any Tashigis or Peronas or Dracula Mihawks or anything. I really want the one-drop Perona Searcher. I think that's a sick card. I want that card for my collection, that SR. But I got another Shirahoshi right here, our first SR of the box. Hopefully we only pull 3 SRs, but can't complain. Shirahoshi, definitely a good card if you want to play. Maybe I'll make maybe I'll make like a OP12 Shirahoshi video for you guys. Show the strength of Shirahoshi. Because I know I got some big Shirahoshi fans of that deck in the comments and things like that. And Douglas Bullet, as well as this one cost event. I don't think so, Uncle Jim. I've talked to some people in the East, like in the Eastern region, and they say that they don't really pay attention to the West, especially because like the West is still in OP11. And so, like, it's still vastly different. Like, we're just in 2 different formats. Silver's Rayleigh. Love this Silver's Rayleigh. This is the new hot leader on the block in terms of red. In the deck, you can't play anything that is 5 cost or higher. So every single card in your deck has to be 4 cost or lower. And then if you reveal 2 event cards during your turn on the activate main once per turn, you can give one of your characters with an original power, so the power listed on the card, of 4,000 power or less can get 2,000 power. It's really cool to see Silver's Rayleigh build into this like super low to the ground aggressive deck, sort of like Zoro, sort of like Bello Betty, right? And just really like rush you down, go so fast. It's such a good deck. It's so interesting to watch. And it's one that makes me wish that in the Japan Championships, they would have like markers for plus 2,000 for leader effect, you know, things of that nature. Because they don't, and it's so hard to keep track sometimes. We got an Inazuma right here and Jinbei. This Jinbei is in a couple different Rayleigh decks I have seen. It's not like a staple. I don't think it's in every single list that I've ever seen, but it's definitely a good one with that on-play effect. If you reveal 2 event cards in your hand, this character gets rush and gains 1,000 power until your opponent's next turn. So for 3 Dawn, this 1k counter character, if you have 2 events in your hand, is a 3 cost 5,000 power swing. It's basically an OP01 Zoro. It's like a buffed version of OP01 Zoro. Isn't that crazy, chat? The OP01 SR Zoro is not as strong as this Jinbei right here. Absolutely crazy, because the Jinbei right has counter on it. That's pretty much it. Absolutely insane how far we've come in the One Piece trading card game, now in the 12th set of the game in OP12. Crazy times, chat. Crazy times. All right, we got Monet, and also I think this is Kabaji and what's the other guy's name? Kabaji and Moji. Kabaji and Moji both on this card. It's a dual character card. And the 3-cost event that I so conveniently forget the name of, but is a 3 of at least in the Zoro decks. This is basically I'm Invincible, but for Zoro. Right, for 3 Dawn, you can restand one of your Zoro leaders as active. I think it even has the same trigger too. Very, very cool. Yeah, and the Jinbei can be buffed with Rayleigh's leader ability as well. So it could be a 7,000 power character, because if you have 2 events to be able to give it rush, then you have 2 events to be able to use the leader effect on top of that. But yeah, Jinbei not being a searcher or a Straw Hat crew is probably really good for the game. I'm kind of glad that it's not a Straw Hat, so then it can't be searched. I feel like it would be so good, especially in like a Zoro deck or something like that. We got Kuzan right here, another Kuzan leader, and then, oh, a second Rosinante. I think that's 2 Rosinantes in this box. Or no, we pulled one last box. That's what it was. I was going to say, I don't remember a time where I got like 2 rares in one Japanese box, or like 2 of the same rare, you know. Hoping for a leader, chat. Help me try to get a leader in this box. That'd be sick. I don't have any of the leaders. Oh, here we go. We got Sanji now. So Sanji, have not talked about him yet. I think this is the only leader that I haven't talked about now at this point. This Sanji is a blue-purple leader, and activate main once per turn, Dawn -1. You can activate up to 1 event with the Straw Hat Crew type with an original cost of 3 or less from your hand. So basically, if you return 1 Dawn in your Dawn deck, you can play a 3-cost event card, that's Straw Hat Crew, of course, for free on your, or activate main. So it's basically on your turn. So you can't just like play Gum Gum Giant basically for free. It doesn't work exactly like that. And when attacking, if the number of Dawn cards on your board is equal to or less than your opponent's, you can add 1 Dawn from your Dawn deck as rested. So that's a way to like re-ramp. You can basically like use leader effect every single turn and then re-ramp the Dawn with the Sanji. It's a really, really cool deck. Highly encourage that you watch some games with it. And we've got the pudding. Nice 1-drop searcher pudding for either a Sanji or a purple, or just like an event in general, I think it is. Pull the Bonnie manga, please. Man, say that 5 times fast, chat, out loud. Bet you won't. I hope I pull the Bonnie manga. That'd be crazy. I've only pulled 1 manga. I don't open a ton of boxes. Like, I don't open cases or anything like that. I just really only open, like, sponsored boxes and stuff that some people send. And sometimes I might buy a box or 2 myself. But I've only pulled 1 manga rare, and it was the OP09 Shanks. I pulled that guy. So I think I'm due for another one, maybe. I'm always due for another one, chat. Always due for another manga. Never doubt me. We've got Kuina. I think this is the first Kuina right here. Kuina played in some of the Zoro decks, right? Being able to rest an opponent's character. I think it's like activate main. You rest this character. You get to rest an opponent's 4-cost or less character, and then you give 3 rested Dawn to your Zoro leader. Definitely a really interesting card. I think I've seen mostly played as like a 2 of in the Zoro decks. Not really a huge amount, but definitely a couple, because it is only a 1,000 power character. It is not really viable to swing. And behind that, we got another Demonic 9 Sword Style Azura. Love that card. Mini Hody Jones. Hody Jones at home, as they say. All right. Ripping through the box. Making my way downtown. All right. Here we go, chat. Another pack. We got Karasu there. Rosinante. Whatever this guy's name is. And a nice 8-cost dragon. So our second SR of the box, chat. This 8-drop dragon made a lot of noise when it was first revealed in OP12, but hasn't really had the impact as a lot of people thought I will say, on play, if you return 3 Rev Army type cards from your trash to the bottom of your deck in any order, and your leader is a Rev Army typing, you can play one character with the cost of 6 or less from your trash. You can play it as active. It can be any character, not necessarily just a Rev Army character. You just have to put Rev Army cards back into your deck and also have a Rev Army typing. It's very good, but only in specific decks, right? The only Rev Army decks that this can work for are Black-Yellow Koala and Red-Black Sabo, I think. Is there any other Rev Army Black leaders? I don't remember, but... yeah, I mean, it's a very good card. It's just, it hasn't seen the impact of what everybody thought. You know, mostly because Koala has been very underwhelming in a sense. How's Red Green Smoker doing the OP12 meta in the East? I think it's doing okay, Nimblo. I think it's very similar to like OP11, how it was doing. It's just like, it just beats Green Purple Luffy, right? That's really what it is. Gavin tweeted out that something incredible made it to the top. I hope it's Kuzan, to be honest. I want to see Kuzan, or maybe the Sanji. I hope it's one of these two leaders. I hope. We'll watch it, chat on the stream, but first we got to see what this card is, and it's Sora. The new list uses SR Perona, Mihawk, SEC Bonnie, and an Asura event. Ooh. Interesting. Oh, the Red Green Smoker? Yeah, I believe that. Yeah, the A-cost Mihawk is crazy. That card is so good. All right, chat, behind here, door number 3. Ooh, we got our other SR. It is Nico Robin, so it is a 3-box, a 3 SR box. So far right now, this is 6 cost, 7,000 power Straw Hat Crew type card. If your leader is Koala or Luffy, this is a 7,000 power blocker that on the field of play is a 9 cost. Definitely a really, really nice, character that is hard to remove. And on the on play, if you trash 1 card from your hand and your opponent has 5 or greater cards, they have to discard 2 cards in hand. So putting them down to a 3 card hand. This is a gorgeous, gorgeous illustration as well. Definitely love this. Do not mind having that in my collection. There was a top 16 Red Green Smoker last week. I think so, Sup. I think there was in one of the championships that we've covered on the channel. I can't remember exactly, but I think there was a Red Green Smoker in the top cut. Behind here, chat, door number 3. Oh, another Hiyori. Can't complain about that. Need a playset of these. Need a playset, but no Peronas yet, chat. No Peronas. Got a lot of Hiyoris. Got 2 Shirahoshis. But no Peronas. We still don't have our hit yet of this box. So still searching. You are guaranteed 1 hit in your boxes as we get a nice... what is this? Dawn pack right there of the Silver's Railing. Now that I have 2 of them, I'll ask my friend if he wants one. He probably won't, because he'll probably get enough Dawn from the English set to be able to have a play set. Let yellow represent. I hope it's Calgara for you guys. Calgara has been in it though, I think, right? Yeah, we're trying to avoid a... oh, here's the rare. We're trying to avoid an SR at this point. Trying to avoid an SR right now. We've got 3 SRs. Because once you hit 4, that's when you know it's only a 1-hit box. But we're still looking for that 1 hit too. So we definitely got a hit in the box. I'm just holding it out to the end, chat, trying to keep you guys watching for the long haul. We got Emporio Ivankov right here, and behind that, look at that, it's a Rosinante leader. So, I did tell you guys that I want leaders, and I wanted one, and very fitting with Rosinante, right, as my hit in the last box, that we got the Rosinante leader. Not a big money leader in this set, but for the collection, you love to see it. Rosinante and Law. I'm a big Trafalgar Law fan as of late, playing green, yellow Law. So You love to see. You love to see the leader on here. Bam! Definitely a good looking one. Absolutely love it. Oh, 2-hitter guaranteed. Wow. So chat, because we got a leader, as we're saying in chat, one of these 4 packs has an alternate art. Chat, which pack do you think has the other alternate art? We're guaranteed a second one. Where is it? 1, 2, 3, or 4? 1, 2, 3, or 4? 1, 2, 3, or 4? Let me know in the chat. Which one do you think it is? 1 through 4. I'm going to take a quick drink. I'm going to have to get another drink before the championship. Been talking a lot. Yeah, I wish Rosinante was a lot stronger of a deck too. I definitely agree that it's probably the weakest of the OP12 leaders. Yeah, the leader boxes come with an alternate art, Danny. 3, 4, 2, 3, second to last. So that would be 3. Second to last is 3. 1, 2, 5. Wait a minute, Michael. What are you talking about? How are you doing, Michael? Yo, what up, Romps? You should bend crease pack 1 and then open the other 3? Absolutely not. But we'll open 3 first. Chat, if there's no alternate art in this, everybody who said 3 is banned. So, wave goodbye to the chatters now. If you think there's no alternate art in this. O/ or 07. Is there an alternate art in here? Is there an alternate art in here? I definitely knew that there was another common or uncommon right there. Romps, I hope you're having a good day. Thanks for coming in. Oh! All right, everybody that said 3, you're banned. Skedaddle, chat. You gotta make a sacrifice to the pack gods? Absolutely not. I got these boxes for free. Well, actually, that's probably more of an incentive to do it, right? No way, no way. These are the only packs that, like, I ever get to be able to open. This is pack number 1, by the way, chat. Pack number 1. I never get to, like, open boxes, really. Because I just don't buy boxes a lot of times. So, I gotta savor these. I gotta enjoy the moment. Yeah! Oh, dang, I'm banned too. I thought it was 1. But I'm banned. All right, chat. 2 more packs. Sorry, I was just messing. It's number 4, I swear. Yeah, Yamato's a good one right now. I really like Yamato. All right, chat. Ooh, I think I saw something in the corner. I think this might be it, chat. Let's see what this is. I did shuffle them, I did. So that way I can just ban whoever I want now. Hee. Yes, there is. Or it's not. Oh, there is a Thailand CS tonight. I didn't know that. Is that being streamed anywhere? I won't watch it tonight, but or I don't know if there is a CS going on right now, or it's a it's some sort of championship. Jellybean OP on Twitter is playing in a championship tonight. It's a 1v1. I don't know exactly what it is, but I know that the Hiroshima Championships are tonight. I do buy singles, FRAM. I do buy singles. All right, here we go, chat. Trafalgar Law, and behind there, oh, it's the Sanji. Definitely a cool one for the Sanji deck. Doing that leg spin kick. Definitely a good card, chat, in the later stages of the game. Just like whatchamacallit, just like Jesus Burgess. Goes and builds up power. The more events that you have in the discard pile, the higher power this guy gets. And he's going to stick on the field. Very, very cool card. Love to see that in this box. And then we've got one more pack. Speaking of Sanji. Oh, it's Taiwan. Yes, it's Taiwan. Yeah, I think, Romps, you're thinking of Taiwan. Oh, Noel flew over there? I thought he was flying to Taiwan. I could be wrong, though. And Sabo as our last one. Nice. Definitely a purple box, chat. Definitely a purple, yellow Rosinante set of boxes. 2 boxes. Bam, bam, shablam. Right there. Thank you again to OP TCG DEX for sending me these boxes, chat. For helping out the channel, building up my collection, and also just having a lot of fun on stream. Chat, when I get back, we're going to take a quick break. I am going to do a couple things. One, I'm going to say goodnight to my girlfriend because she is going to go to bed. And I'm going to say goodnight to her because we're staying up and watching the Japan Championship that's going on tonight. And also I need to move the camera back so then you guys can see me and then we can watch it together and stuff like that. But to answer your question real quick, Ephraim, before I go, here, let me pull out actually all the hits from the different boxes that we opened. So we got these as well. We got many cool things, chat, in this set of openings from the sponsors. But I build my collection, so most of my collection is really just like playability, right? I just really have like SRs, but for prize support, for selling different cards, that's how I build my collection in a sense. I sell a lot of my alternate arts usually. Especially the higher ones. Like I probably will not keep the Shanks. I will probably sell the Shanks. To be able to like fill out play sets for cards, to be able to get maybe some lower value alternate arts that I don't have, like get multiple cards with it. Even though I love these SPs. The English market is just too good on the SPs to be able to keep, in a sense. But yeah, that's technically how I do it. And then just like, you know, people send boxes for like sponsorships and I get to keep the cards as part of the sponsorships. So that's another reason why I build my collection. That's another reason why I build my collection. Yo, Bucket Monster, what's good? But anyways, chat, I'm going to go to the bathroom, grab a drink, say goodnight to my girlfriend. I will be right back. Hold on to your butts and remember also that Nengarden is doing a giveaway, chat. For all the people that are in the chat right now, you have a chance to win one of 3 playmats that Nengarden is giving out. All you have to do is go to Nengarden's Instagram and give them a follow. They're tracking all of their followers that they are getting in the stream today. And if you already follow them, just unfollow them and then follow them again to be able to have a chance. There's 3 mats that they're giving out. They're giving away a Whole Cake Island XL playmat. That's this one right here that you can get. Beautiful, beautiful playmat. Absolutely love this design. And then they're also giving away cloth playmats of the Whole Cake Island and Heavenly Yaksha playmat. Beautiful, 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 beautiful playmats in there that you can get for free. All you have to do is just follow Nengarden on Instagram. And chat, now I will be right back. Hold on to your butts. I'm going to play some advertisements on Twitch and YouTube on top of this so then you don't get any advertisements while we're watching the Japan Championships. But the Japan Championships are coming up, chat. We are so close, just 12 minutes until it starts. We'll hang out and talk, but let me first be a good boyfriend and also go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Our friends over at Nengarden have officially kicked off the summer sale on their website. Prices are slashed from 10% to 40% across the entire store now. You can pick up some crazy discounts on One Piece based mats like the Heavenly Yaksha, some great anime themed mats like Paranormal Playmat and also the Curse vs. Beast, as well as if you get a Sun God playmat right now while supplies last. Every purchase of this specific Stitched Edge playmat gets a free playmat tube as well to help protect what you love, as well as a brand new pre-order that's dropped in the Pokemon region if you're a fan of Final Boss, which the colors on this are insane, man. I love this design. You can use my code Atrocious to save an extra 5% off and help support the channel, and make sure to grab your new favorite playmat while this sale's going on because you don't want to miss it. Now back to the video. Okay, chat. Let's see, we're back here. Oh, that's the link to the Thailand CS. Thank you, Romps. Also, Romps and Medicine Pato, hopefully I said that right. Thanks for following. The stream has also started. Let's see. Let me start recording again on my end. I'm going to turn this up a little bit. So then you guys can hear audio during the stream. Let's see. Turn it down on my end, not for you guys. Yo, everything's going good. We just opened up some awesome boxes. I'm pretty stoked about the boxes that we opened. Got some beautiful, beautiful alternate arts, SP, some stuff I didn't have before. Now we're getting ready to watch this. If you want to also watch the Thailand CS, I'll put it in here for romps. The, boom, there we go. Those are the links to the Thailand CS. The foils from OP12 easily get warped. I will keep them in sleeves. I will keep them in sleeves, and they're probably going in the binder tonight, Mark. But thank you for that tip. You want to pass me the shank so I can have it in Shirahoshi? Absolutely not. Unless you want to pay me the money for it. I don't know how much this is, the shanks, though. Oh, I got to tell Twitter that we're doing this chat. Let's quote this. And then I have to go here. There. No, it's not this. Wait, what? Is it here? Where was that? I definitely had a, what day is it today? Oh, dang, I definitely had like a thumbnail that I used in the, let me pull it up on here. Edit, download thumbnail, save this image. Live right now for the championship. Bam. There we go. All right, back to this. All right, back to you guys. Yo, what up, Beaches? How are you? No, absolutely not. What am I expecting from the CS? Well, we saw somebody was saying, hold on, I have to move these cards. I still have all the cards that we opened like just on my desk, and they need to leave because I need my keyboard. There we go. That should be good. We saw Gavin. Was it Gavin that tweeted it? Yeah, something incredible has made the top. So that means that there's probably a new unique deck. I'm hoping it's Sanji. I'm hoping it's OP12 Sanji. Yo, what's up, Jake from Johto? How you doing today? Best I can do is a goldfish cracker from 2 weeks ago and a crisp high five. I feel that. I have to get a new computer and a new car, so I feel that on the budget, you know. But for everyone that's watching the VOD right now, because we've done the opening and now doing this live stream over, we will be, what am I saying? We will be doing the entire Japan Championship. I'm doing this live right now on Twitch and YouTube. We're going to start doing these live every single championship now at this point for anyone who's curious. It's going to be an interesting one, chat. I'm excited on this. And, Chad, once again, Nengarden giving away a couple playmats. All you have to do is follow them on Instagram. They're giving away Whole Cake Island playmats, Heavenly Yakusha playmats. Even if you're watching the VOD, you've got until the very next stream that we do, which I think is going to be Monday. So make sure that you follow them before then. Ooh, if it was Usopp, that'd be interesting. Yo, that's awesome, Niblo. I have the Heavenly Yaksha stitched playmat. It's so pretty in person. But the one is going to be it's going to be a cloth playmat, which I am obsessed with cloth playmats lately. How often is a championship played? So they usually do them like Saturday nights, Sunday mornings, but it kind of depends on the time of year. In the summer, for the West, it happens like almost every single weekend. It's very, very often, but especially I would say like between February and like late April, maybe like early May, there's not really any championships at all because there's like worlds and stuff like that. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Hunter. Oh, nice, Medicine? Medicine? I'm going to call you Medicine. They sell out in like 10 seconds on the side events. Do they not do it? So like, I really only know how Core TCG does it. Core TCG will just do side events as they're desired. They will just keep running them and they'll keep running more of them, you know? Do they not do that? Do they have like a limited amount of side events in Chile? I personally, Jake from Johto, I personally like cloth mats more than stitched mats right now, but I do love a good stitched mat. Yo, what's up, Lost Havoc? Why is there no Mihawk leader? Not yet. There's not one yet, but there will be. I'm sure of it. I'm sure of it. I need to also pull up well, I've got the cards right here. We'll see if I need to pull up a version of the deck. OP14 Trust. Wait, we already know that OP14 is Warlords? Is that real, chat? You guys aren't lying, right? Jake from Johto, thank you so much for following. Appreciate it. Let's see. Blue Dofi on his way back. Oh, they're starting in chat. The music turned down. No. Let's go full screen. I have the colored one, but you could go black and white. I think the black and white one looks sick. Actually, before I super full screen, let me move this to this side. There we go. I love this hype video, chat. This hype video is so good. I don't really know what they say, but it's so good. Oh, OP14 is Warlord themed. Ooh, new Croc leader. I just want purple yellow Croc to be good. One Piece card game. Championship. Final Fantasy has been crazy. Everybody's been trying to find it. Everybody's been trying to open it, sell it. Yeah, I don't stream on Twitch too often, but I'm going to try to a lot more, Jake. Turn it down a little bit on my end. Oh, it's just these two on the desk today? I went 6-4 romps. I went 6-4 with Green Yellow Law, and before the regional, I played 0 games with Green Yellow Law. So I'll take 6-4. I'll take it. Did you play in the regional? How did you do, if you did? Or any regional, if you went to Toronto. All right, let's see what... They're going to do a lot of talking in the pre-show chat of, like, format and things of that nature. So, I'm not fluent in Japanese, but I can try my best to tell you a little bit of what they're talking about at times. And when I say I'm not fluent, I mean I really can't do anything in Japanese. Ooh, X2, nice. Did you make Top Cut? Or did you bubble? Oh, you bubbled out of 34. Dang, that's sick, though. Congratulations on a good run. Serialized Yasup and Beckman. Yeah, those are the... Or well, though, they're not serialized, but they're championship cards. I believe for top 16 is the Ben Beckman, and the top... Is it top 8 is Yasup? I can't remember exactly, but they're like their top cards. Oh, you play green purple. Nice. I like green purple a lot. Like, green purple is such a good deck. I'm ready to call it the best deck in format. I've been high on blue purple. I've been a big proponent of blue purple being the best deck in format, but I don't know. Like, lately I'm like, man, maybe it's green purple. Maybe it's green purple. I don't know. Beaches, thank you for following as well. Appreciate it, my friend. Whew. All right, chat, place your bets. What do you think is the surprise deck in the top 16? We do know that in the top 16 bracket that there is, quote, something incredible. So leave your guesses on what you think it is. I'm going to say Blue Purple Sanji, OP12. I would love to do that. Oh, they're trying to point to the... Oh, so they have a hashtag that you can use. Is it Funpi? Funpi CS? I should probably, like, get Twitter ready to, like, do things. I should probably get some of this ready. That is definitely not what I was trying to type. You say Yamato, Mono Blue Nami, Koala? Koala would be incredible. Marco could be really cool. If it's Blue Black Usopp, give me your channel. No. Thought about it. Purple Straw Hats. Yeah, I definitely can't argue with that. Okay, so this is the overall meta share, chat. This is the overall meta share right now. You've got the most is Blue Purple Luffy. Not really a surprise, I think, to anyone. Zoro being the next at 13%. You've also got Green Purple Luffy at 7.6%. Silver's Rayleigh at 7.1%. Sorry, I'm also trying to Photoshop to get this on Twitter. This is Lucci right here, 5.3%. You got Jewelry Bonnie, 4.5. Marshall D. Teach at 4.2. You have Shanks at 4.2. This is really high, I feel like, for Shanks. Did not expect Shanks to be at 4.2. Red Zoro at 3.7. And Blue Nami. So Kuzan, this is the 30%. This is the rest of the best, right? This is... Purin? Who is this? Robin? No. And this is the top right here. Let's see. This is the top right here. Let's see. So it is 7 blue-purple Luffys as well as 2 Sanjis. Chat, there's 2 Sanjis in the top. Holy smokes. I got to get ready for Twitter right here. 2 blue-purple Sanjis have made it in the top 16 of this championship. And then the rest of this is 1 Smoker, 1 Bello Betty, 1 Jewelry Bonnie, 1 OP12 Zoro, 1 green-purple Luffy, 1 green-yellow Law, and then 1 Rob Lucci. Hold on, chat. Hold the phone. It's blue-purple Sanji. I got a tweet, chat. CS top 16 breakdown. 7 Luffy, 2 blue-purple Sanji. I'm going to put UP/BP Sanji. 1 red-green Smoker. 1 Bello Betty. 1 Bonnie. 1 OP12 Zoro, 1 green-purple Luffy, 1 green-yellow Law, 1 Lucci. Then I gotta hurry up. I don't know what that hashtag is. I need to know. Then I gotta hurry up. This hashtag is chat. Ah! Let's see. Hold on, I'll read chat in a second. All right, now that I've clicked that, let's see. Yo, what's up, Naruto Lava? How are you, friend? Oh, pudding! Oh, thank you, chat. That was pudding. No, Calgara looks really green. Yo, what's up, Hashim? Twitch stream died. Wait, what? Twitch stream died? How did Twitch stream die? Anyways, chat, we're moving into the first match. It's going to be Bonnie for the first one. We've got Bonnie for the first one. Going to be able to... I'm going to try to revive the Twitch stream, chat. Is it live still? It says that I'm live, but I'm offline. I don't know what's going on with Twitch. It's going to be playing against Sanji, so Bonnie being able to rest anything on the field. Sanji not having a ton of characters. Going to be really interesting, right? We talked about this leader a little bit on that Activate main, Dawn -1. You can play out a Straw Hat Crew type of event of 3 or less onto the field, and then when attacking, if you're equal or less than in Dawn, you can re-ramp 1 Dawn. Going to be really, really nice for the long con. Yo, what's up, Bam? Just like that. How are you? Judy? Hopefully you're doing all right. Starter decks are not legal yet. They got them, but it is legal. Or it's not legal yet. Let's see. Trying to figure out, chat, how... I will be re-uploading this on YouTube, so... Yeah, it says that I'm live on Twitch. Okay, Twitch is working again. Good! Sorry I lost you guys for a second there. I don't know what happened. Oh, thank you, Golden Gad. How are you, by the way? Good to see you. This is the Sanji's hand right now, chat. It looks like they've got some pretty decent stuff. They've got that 3-cost Sanji, right, that gains power the more events that you have in trash. You've also got that 1-drop Searcher event, which is going to be really, really good. Something that's really curious in this Sanji list that we have not seen before, Jozu. Jozu is a card that I haven't seen in too many, but kind of makes sense. A little bit of board control, right? Allows you to pick up some stuff like 1-drop Searchers and things like that, put them back into the hand. You've also got some, for the Bonnie, you've got the 1-drop Capone Beige blocker from the starter deck. You've got the Scratch Minapoo 8-drop uses Captain Kidd, 5-drop Bonnie, and also that's that 0-cost green event that gives plus 3,000 power. So I don't know how this matchup goes. I don't really know anybody that is going to be confident on how this matchup is going to go. But it's going to be really curious. Sanji, one of my favorite decks to watch in OP12, right? One that is near half events in the deck list, is just play so many of them. I'm going to keep track of how many events are in the trash for the Sanji for you guys to try to help gauge on what the power of the Sanji is. But we are going to be often with this first on. We're going to be using that event. Going to be able to look at the top 3 cards, and on this top 3, remember, you get to grab any card out of there and you don't have to reveal it. So going to be grabbing one event, another event, and putting it in the hand, passing it off the turn. That's that 3-cost event that we saw earlier. Bonnie now with 2 Dawn has a couple different things that it could do. Could play that 1-cost Capone Beige, right? Better than doing nothing at all within the turn, and you get to play a blocker out on field. You know, a nice little chum blocker. You don't take life too early or anything like that. Because Sanji not really playing a ton of characters. Going into now Sanji's 3 Dawn turn. Going to be curious on if they go ahead, maybe play that 3-cost Sanji on curve, and then maybe use the 3-cost event that they've got in hand. Starting out with a 5k swing, so going to be taking that first life, no trigger on that one. And as I mentioned, but just playing the 3-cost Sanji. So very interesting not using that leader effect to play the 3-cost, probably because of the order of operations that you did. What they didn't want to do is play the Sanji first, right, then to get rested and swung at. This is kind of like a pseudo protection effect that this Sanji has done, right, because that Bonnie had 1 left open. We see the Sanji off of that life rip a Kaya. That's going to be really interesting, right, to be able to filter the hand, get some more events in trash as they find a 4-cost Reiju as well. So, might be one of those things playing this Kaya, but first, playing the Pudding. The Pudding is going to be looking at that top 5. Going to be finding an event, has plenty to look at, right? Gum Gum Giant is in there. Also, you know, Gum Gum Rain is also in there. They're going to be grabbing Gum Gum Giant, and really great event. You probably know how good that event is in the One Piece trading card game right now. But what do you do with the rest of the Dawn? You know that with that 1 Dawn up, either your leader or that 5,000 power Sanji, I'm sorry, is going to be the one that's going to be rested. So who do you go with in a sense? Going to be using that activate main to use that event right there, and obviously use the event that has 2 different opportunities. You can either return a 4-cost or lower character to the owner's hand, or if you have 6 or less cards in hand, you could draw 2. And so instead of drawing 2, getting that 3-cost Tashigi on the board, going to be a very annoying character, right, with that kind of protection effect. So really prioritizing it. And with the 5k swing on the leader, is going to re-ramp the Dawn and counter out with that secret rare Bonnie. The Sanji as well playing down that Reiju. That Reiju does need a couple event cards in the trash to be able to get that plus of the cost and also the power. So not able to do that as of yet, but in the near future, I'm sure it will. A very good blocker within this deck. Using the counter on that swing is going to get rid of a 2k, and then the Bonnie going ahead playing that carry and stunning the Sanji. As I mentioned earlier, as there are more event cards that go in the trash, the Sanji will increase in power. So using this carrot to kind of stun the Sanji when they don't play that many characters on field to kind of control how many swings you're actually facing against, puts them in a position as well that if they swing with this Sanji, they're going to lose out on the blocker that they've got on the field. So going to be really interesting to see how this Sanji plays out the rest of the turn. We see that one drop event that is in their hand right now. And definitely, like, with the two different trashes, you should more than honestly, like, just put your trash in one pile. But this makes it a lot easier to see how many are in the trash at this point. I don't know what that interaction was that they just did. Kind of taking back an attack, but is going to be going ahead, playing that Jozu to be able to pick up that Bonnie, right? One less swing that the Sanji has to worry about. Uses the leader effect to use that Searcher event, is going to grab a card on that top, and prioritizes the Jozu. So we might see one of those plays, right? We just saw the Sanji play the Jozu on this turn. We may see even in the next turn another Jozu gets played, maybe like a Kaya Jozu type of play. So on the different swings of the Sanji leader, right, going to go ahead and take that life on the Bonnie, going down to 3. And with the one last on, going to be playing a Kaya to draw 2 and trash 2, filter out the hand, maybe put another event in the trash. You need one more event in the trash to be able to give that Reiju plus 2,000 power, make it a 7. Going to be really nice on the defensive side. So which one do you maybe get rid of? You have to get rid of 2 cards, and it looks like it's going to be Gum Gum Giant and the Pudding. I wouldn't have expected the Giant, but you've got 2 in hand, so it makes sense that you get rid of one of them in a sense. So now the Reiju plus 2 cost being, or I'm sorry, is it's higher than that, right? Plus 5 cost to be a 9 cost, but 7,000 power, and they're actually using tokens. They're using dice. This is the first time I think I've seen in a long time in these Japan Championships that they're using it. Maybe they've been listening to my stream, you know. But anyways, on the Bonnie's turn, starting out with the 5,000 power swing, Sanji is going to take it, right, going down to 2 life and replaying down that carrot to stun the Sanji. The Sanji is going to get stunned now. Still a 5,000 power character, and with the Rosinante is going to play that on the field with 2 more Dawn and leave 1 Dawn open for leader effect. Sanji now does find a Red Rock, so Red Rock could be nice. You can't use it alongside leader effect, right? Because your leader effect can only cheat out 3 cost or less events. But the Sanji with the Red Rock is going to be really nice if something like the 8-drop Eustace Captain Kid comes down, or maybe a 9-cost Zoro that we see in the hand. But with the Jozu is going to come down and put that carrot back onto the field. Use the leader effect to get the 5th event in the trash and draw 2 cards. Does find another Kaya and another event on top of that. So 5 events in the trash. The Sanji now being a 6,000 power character. It's going to be a really interesting spot right now. And so now with the first 7,000 power swing off of the Jozu, they are going to opt to rest the blocker Reiju. The Sanji still being able to swing with lead at this point. But you've got to get out of this 7,000 power swing. You got to think that maybe there could be like a 8,000 power play at this point, but ends up taking the life, putting it in hand, sitting at 2. And so now attaching 2 Dawn to the Sanji and swinging 7,000 power because they were at equal or less Dawn. Then the Bonnie does get to re-ramp that 1 on the leader effect. 7,000 power swing could prompt a 2K, 1K combo, right? We see him kind of getting this Scratchman, a Pooh, and I think it's a Rouge in the hand, but ends up going to 1. Says, you know what? Even with these characters on the field, I'm not really afraid of dying in this next turn. They might be trying to go to an angle now that they're at full 10 Dawn to play something like Eustace Captain Kid on this turn. We see a lot of times when Eustace Captain Kid is played down on the field, especially with a Tashigi in hand, right? Even if the Sanji tries to respond with a Red Rock, right, to be able to get rid of the Eustace Captain Kid that you play on the field, it's going to be all for naught because the Tashigi can just rest themselves to be able to protect the Kid and prevent it from going to the bottom of the deck. So here we go, the Tashigi Kid combo, as I talked about, attaching 1 Dawn. Now the Sanji has to swing at this Kid. There is two blockers on the field, right? The Capone Beige and also the Rosinante. And now we draw for turn. Grabbing a Kaya, going to be a nice grab on this top of the deck. And now the Rosinante, just reading this Rosinante right, exactly what it says, what kind of protection does it give? Only KOs, any kind of KO can the Rosinante protect. So we'll see how he decides to build out the rest of this turn. Does have another 3-cost event in hand that I believe has a bit of removal on it. And so we're going to see playing around both players at 10 full Dawn. Ends up using an active Dawn, and so on that does go ahead and use that 3-cost Straw Hat to be able to put the Tashigi at the bottom of the deck, right? Tashigi cannot protect itself, and the double removal of the Gum Red Hawk puts both Tashigi and uses Captain Kidd into the bottom of the deck, and still 3 Dawn to work with when your 3-cost Sanji, now at still 6,000 power, but with 7 events in the trash, is going to be more and more of a threat again as time goes on. And so on this 7,000 power swing of the Jozu is going to go ahead and use leader effect to rest the blocker. I do really like this play of resting the blocker, right? Constantly trying to apply as much pressure as possible on the Sanji in the next turn. And so we'll see. This is going to be really curious on the Bonnie's next turn. You could like slam down 9-cost Zoro, but getting out 2k, 1k of that one is going to be another 7,000 power swing. You still have blockers with the Rosinante and Beige, but maybe holding on to that in the next couple turns right here. The Bonnie thinking about potentially using the 0-cost event that's in hand, right? Pitching maybe one of these bricks or 1k counter cards in the Rouge or the Carrot to be able to get out of this swing with no Dawn attached. And so is thinking about taking this final life, going down to 0 very quickly, I will say. And so now attaching one, swing 7,000 at lead. Gonna have to get out of this. Again, could just use the 0-cost event, but ends up blocking right here. And now just another 7,000 power off of this Sanji is going to prompt that 0-cost event. Resting the blocker is nice because now you can go ahead and swing, kind of race at lead, or maybe try to clear one of these bodies on board, right? Because the Reiju is a 7,000 power body because of all of the events in trash. So resting that blocker means that the Sanji isn't going to get like a free block on lead, right? If they want to play a big body like the 9-cost Zoro or something like that on the turn, they would only have 1 Dawn to work with to be able to get rid of maybe like the 3-cost Sanji on the field or something of the sort. And so it's just better overall if you're just trying to get rid of something or maybe pressure at life. Yo, what up, Etchibot? How are you? The Bonnie leader is from a magazine that came out in Japan. It's exclusive to Japan. It came with like a little figure. I forget what the figure is called, but thank you, Medicine. I appreciate it. Yeah. I try my best. I like to do the live stream with you guys. I've been enjoying this so far. And so Bonnie, starting out on their 10 Dawn turn here, is just going to swing 5 at lead, is going to prompt a Kaya counter, right? You don't really need too many, and you don't want to use Gum Gum Giant as of yet, I feel like. At this point, you kind of want to use Gum Gum Giant at the end stages of the game, especially like a little 5k poke, because that's really the only swing outside of maybe a Hody Jones that you're going to expect in this turn. The 9-cost Zoro comes out onto the field, passes off the turn. And so here's an interesting spot. I think the Sanji might be able to get out of these Zoro swings, especially with 2 life left, especially if they can find maybe another Reiju off of a Kaya, in a sense. I think that might be what they're leaning towards right now, but is going to be going ahead, attaching one, swinging 7,000 power at lead, using leader effect to rest the Reiju blocker right there in preparation for all the swings. That is going to come in. A 2k, 1k combo is going to come out of the hand. I believe that's Tashigi and Kid Killer. and just a bunch of 4Ks. But there goes that event to be able to pop back the Rosinante into hand. No blockers onto the field, placing a ton of Dawn on Jozu and claiming the win. Sanji is going to be able to make it into your top 8 round of the Hiroshima Championship. It's going to be really crazy to see this 2 Sanjis making it into the top 16. One of them at least advancing into the top 8. Definitely interesting. I think probably has a pretty fair matchup in Tabani seeing that. They had pretty much controlled the entire game, right? Especially with the removal aspect of their different events. Being able to control the board, minimize the amount of bodies that are swinging at Sanji every single turn, and then going in and slamming, clapping down all of those characters onto the field. Definitely super sick. Definitely loved watching that. I feel like we probably have a lot more time until the next round. Did I say Bonnie lost? I should have said Sanji. I hope I said Sanji. But yes, the Bonnie did lose. Sanji dominated that game, in my opinion. Oh, it's the Rekafig magazine? Hopefully I pronounced that right. Let's see. Let's see. Sorry, Chad. I'm doing Twitter. I'm trying to tweet out right now. Blue-purple Sanji moves into the top 8 of the Hiroshima CS. Ooh, they're talking about PRBO2 chat. Coming out on July 26th. Oh, where's that hashtag? That Golden Gad put. There it is. I got it. Ooh, Chad, look, a new Trafalgar Law. New Trafalgar Law of PRBO2. 6 cost 7,000 power red. Has a once per turn. And also Ataku. Also a when attacking. When attacking, choose one of your opponent's characters, gives it minus 2,000, I think. And then also has a once per turn. I'm not fluent in Japanese, chat, so I'm don't take this for don't take this as verbatim or as like gospel or I don't know what you say. I'm just trying my best. Has a once per turn of doing minus 2,000, and then when attacking, I believe it's like when attacking, choose one of your opponent's characters and give it minus 2,000. I think that's what that says. Oh, yeah. I'll exit the full screen. Hold on. Whoo, that's the alternate art. Good call out on that. Is this Akiragawa? Akiragawa, my goat. Let's see. Oh, there it is. Can you guys see it? Yeah, you guys can see it. Wow. Oh, it's an anti-removal. Oh, okay, cool. So it's got a survivability effect. Definitely interesting in red. Yeah, smoker buff. Oh, it's Punk Hazard? Yeah, big smoker buff if it's Punk Hazard. right, let me. Oh, wait, more. Kobe. Oh, nice. Chat. Black red Kobe Copers. I mean, believers. I don't know what this says. But this is something about sword characters plus 1,000. This might be like an activate main. Maybe not. This is a when attacking minus 3,000 power to one of the characters and then KO a. I don't know. This is like KO a 6 cost or less? That can't be right. Kado 1? Maybe like trash a card? Or maybe it's like you have to KO something and then if... I wish I knew Japanese, chat. I'm trying to learn Japanese so I can help you guys do this. Sword buff! No reprint leaks yet, as death. No reprint leaks yet. Oh, this Kobe looks sick. I can't wait for PRBO2. Oh, thank you, Beachers. Target active characters? If your leader has the Navy type, this character gains 1,000 power. Oh, it's Navy. Kashikun? I don't know what Navy is in Japanese. KO a 3,000 power less than if you have 6 in hand, draw 1, or 6 or less in hand. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Thank you, chat. If leader is a sword, this character gains 1,000. Is it sword or Navy? God, these cards look so good. These cards look so good, chat. This is why I have mad respect for Ikailakai. Because he's fluent in both languages. I am not. Ooh, new Gecko! New Gecko Moria. Surira Baku. Oh, is this Thriller Bark? Rida card. So if your leader is Thriller Bark, you can do something with a 4. You can do something with a 4 cost or less. Chat, translate it for me. Oh, sword is sword in Japanese. Navy is Kaigun. Oh, it was definitely Navy then, Gaff for short. Because I remember it was Gaigun. Oh, both Navy and sword. Holy smokes, chat. Holy sugar plums and dandies. I don't curse usually, but I want to let them fly. Look at this card. Oh my god, chat. Look at this card. What? Gecko always has such sick cards. What was that? Half of old Moria, but leader locked? So it just plays a 4 cost or less onto the field? This is insane. This card is crazy. Cheat a 4 cost out from trash. Give a Dawn to leader or character. Ooh. This is a new Gecko. This is a new Gecko Ecchi. They're showing, for anyone who's curious, all of these cards that they've been showing on stream right now are new cards that are coming out in PRB. They're all brand new cards. I know, that card is crazy. If your leader has the Thriller Bark Pirates type. Whoa, this is my era. My era begins. Wait, who said this earlier in chat? Somebody said this card was getting a manga rare. Wait, who leaked? Somebody said this earlier. Who said this earlier? Somebody called it. Who said it? Who here works at Bandai? Look, it's My Era Begins chat. They're getting one of the manga rare events. Who leaked? Chad, who here in my chat works for Bandai? Who has an uncle that works for Bandai? Yeah, attaches Dawn. You can play Mihawk and Moria in one turn? Oh, because it's for Perona. Yeah, you couldn't Perona. Actually, that's crazy. Yeah, last week was Cross Guild. Yeah, but this is My Era Begins now. I know, it looks so good. All the Searcher events are getting one. What are the other Searcher events that are getting one then? Because it's probably 4 Emperor themed, right? So the Shanks Pirates, the red-haired pirates search, one. The one cost that was in the anniversary collection. Yeah, these are all PRBO2, Matias. All right, but back to full screen chat. Dang, that was cool. Can we talk about that Gecko ult, though? That Gecko ult was insane. Yeah, the Straw Hat one remains. What would it be the, what would it be? Come on and we'll fight you. When you're at sea, you fight pirates. Well, but the when you're at sea, you fight pirates is, it's Straw Hat Crew, Heart Pirates, and Kid Pirates, right? So I think it would just be a Straw Hat one. I don't think it would be one that's all 3 of them, because it's very much 4 Emperor themed. So there's no reason to include the Heart Pirates or Kid Pirates, right? Oh my god, if they made a Gum Gum Giant, people would lose their minds. Yo, Surgeon, what's good? Yeah, they did the Cross Guild one and the Come On We'll Fight You, right? They did those 2 already. And so that was the 3rd one, which is My Era Begins, very much in the new 4 Emperors theme. So it's got to be a Straw Hat Crew search event. I guess it doesn't have to be purple, right? It could be any of the Straw Hat Crew event searchers. I think it would just be on theme for purple because they're very much in like the purple Luffy phase. The only Straw Hat one is an OPL1 event. Oh, they're in the Discord. Great call out, chat. Chat, for anyone who does not know, in our Discord server, when cards get revealed, we have a bot that automatically shows the cards. All right, so let's look at this Trafalgar Law. Trafalgar Law, 6 cost, 7,000 power, Punk Hazard, 7 Warlords of the Sea, Heart Pirates. Dang, this is Punk Hazard? Why is he not in Female Law? Come on. I think that's Punk Hazard. I don't know. It's got a 1k counter on it, which is actually like really relevant, I feel like. I feel like cards like this don't have counter on it. Once per turn, if this character would be removed from the field by your opponent's effect, you may give this character minus 2,000 power during the turn instead. So as you guys were talking about, it's like a starter deck 5-cost ace kind of effect. And the minus 2,000 still puts him at 5,000 power. So this is like, this is really good for red-green smoker, right? When attacking, give up to one of your opponent's characters minus 2,000 power during the turn. This card's cracked. This card's so good. This card's so good, chat. All right. Black Moria. Black Gecko Moria. First of all, I just want to talk about this alternate art. This might be the best alternate art that comes out of the set. I'm going to say it right now. This might be, we don't even know like any of the alternate arts really in the set. Like especially all the reprinted ones. But I have a hard time believing that this is not like within the top 5. This is insane. This card is awesome. But anyways, this Gecko, chat. 6 cost, 7,000 power. No counter though, unfortunately. Thriller Bark Pirates, 7 Warlords of the Sea on play. If your leader has the Thriller Bark Pirates type, which is Gecko and Perona, in case you're curious, place up to 1 cost 4 or lower character from your trash into play rested. Then give your leader up to 1 rested Dawn card. So yeah, it's basically like the old Gecko. It's the Gecko from home. It's the off-brand Gecko. Still pretty cool. Still pretty cool. If more get put in the Discord, we'll look at those. Oh, the female laws in Egghead. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Chat, for anyone who wants to join the Discord server, do ! Discord on Twitch or on YouTube. Just go in the description. It's in there. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not caught up on One Piece, so I just assumed it was Punk Hazard because they do all the body swaps in Punk Hazard, right? Or whatever. 2 years we will meet in Saboti. 1 cost Straw Hat Searcher. Yeah, I feel like, or it could be, yeah, the Let's Crash This Wedding. It could be that one. They'll make a block 4 Gecko Warrior leader. That might be. Yeah, Dead by Nick. They were, they're new cards that just literally got revealed. Like in the last 5 minutes. Very, very cool. Chad, if you're enjoying the stream, whether you're on Twitch or YouTube, make sure to hit subscribe. We do One Piece trading card game content and commentate over all of the championships over on Twitch and YouTube. We're going to stream the different championships from now on. We're going to stream the championships live, and then I'll re-upload the different matches, but I'll add like what I usually do where I like add the cards, right, that are on screen, so then you get like an English translation of it. A lot of you guys have said how helpful that is, so I'll keep doing that. How far am I in One Piece? I'm in Ennis Lobby right now. I just started Ennis Lobby. So not very far. What's up, Jedsters? Hey, sup? How are you guys? How are you guys, girls, non-binary pals? What's up, friends? Let's see. Shoo. Chat, remember at 7 a.m. Pacific time or 9 a.m. Central time, the signups for the Dallas Bandai Card Fest LCQ, the last chance qualifier, will go live. So if you're like me and you're staying up for the championships, I hope you wake up early. That's what I think too, Sprinter. Like, it kind of makes sense if they went like a purple or black event. But they're on the theme of the one-drop searchers, and that doesn't really fit for black or purple, right? The Law with Mole Pistol can KO a 9k body for 4 Dawn. That's crazy, Niblo. Peak lobby. That's what everybody tells me. I am watching the regular episodes, yeah. I am a completionist at heart. I do not skip. I never skip the opening song. I never skip the ending song. I never skip any episodes. I am a committed man. I am a committed man to the long haul. I have thought about just going ahead and reading One Piece, because I have all of One Piece in English in the manga. I own it all physically. I have a problem. But I've been thinking about just going ahead and reading ahead and then just watching it, you know, as I can. Because reading's definitely easier than in terms of catch-up. I just don't know if I want to commit to it yet. But I do plan on catching up to One Piece, chat. I originally, for anyone who's curious, I started playing the One Piece trading card game not because I liked One Piece, but because I heard there was a fun, good card game. And that's exactly what we got with the card game. Well, I know the manga's ahead. Yeah, I know the manga's ahead. All right, chat. Here's the top 8. Let's see if Sanji's in it. Blue Purple Luffy's at 3. So Sanji, okay, so Sanji got knocked down to 1. The top 8, 3 Blue Purple Luffy's, 1 Sanji, and then out of the rest of the one-ofs, right, because there was a whole slew of one-ofs, OP12 Zoro, Lucci is, stop moving it, Green Yellow Law, and then the Red Green Smoker is in here. Yeah, so pretty much the one-ofs, right? The one-ofs in here were smacking up the Luffys and the Sanjis. So, Chad, that's our top 8 breakdown right there. Ooh, and here we go on the match. Who do we got? Who do we got? Zoro. So Zoro, kind of the debatable best deck coming out of this set. Definitely a really good one. So strong with that leader effect on the 3 Dawn attachment, right? And activate main. If you swung into a character, you can restand and swing again at something not a 7 cost or less. So you can swing either at leader or a character of 8 or more. It's going to be playing against Rob Lucci. So this is going to be an interesting matchup, right? Typically green decks kind of just like fall over to black decks like Rob Lucci, right, in their high aggressive removal. But it's going to be interesting in this one specifically because a lot of what Rob Lucci, or I'm sorry, a lot of what Zoro does, I feel like, is on their turn, right, aggressively, you know, like playing different characters to rest something and clear board, especially when you have something like Laboon in the game. You could, if the Rob Lucci plays a 4-cost Laboon on the field and doesn't use that activate main on the Laboon to rest it, Zoro can just play something to rest that Laboon, swing into it, blow it up, right? Because 8,000 power is probably a pretty big power difference for the Rob Lucci, and just then restand swing at life. It's going to be I think this is going to be a really fascinating matchup, and I don't know, like, I don't know how this one plays out, to be honest. But it's going to be really cool. Should you buy Gecko cards now to build the deck? Sure. It's probably pretty cheap, to be honest, Dead by Nick. I'm not going to sit here and say that Gecko is instantly now a tier 1 deck, but if you're looking for a cheap deck, it's definitely up there. Yeah, Jerome. It's still alive and well. Still alive and well. I believe in the red-green smoker supremacy. I think people are just tired of Lucci, because Lucci has kind of been the boogeyman for several decks since it released in OP07, and it's just been really good since it released in OP07, and I think people are just kind of tired of it. And so now the Zoro's hand, looking at it right here, you've got that Treasure Cruise promo 2K right there. You've got that 2-cost blocker, which is really nice. A Tashigi, one of those cards that I talked about earlier that rests one of the characters on your opponent's side of the field. And also that 3-cost event with the Cavendish. The Lucci right here does have a 4-cost Kuzan in hand. Probably going to be something that drops down on the field. We'll see if the Zoro can respond with getting rid of it, like I talked about earlier in that kind of sort of interaction style that we could see. Yo, what up, Gav for short? Yeah, late July, July 28th, I believe. Whatever, like, one of the final weekends are. All right, here we go. I think a little over 800 people in this tournament. Now we're in the top 8. The Zoro just passing off the turn as the Lucci on the even curve. Going to start out with a 2 on the Cobra right here. This Cobra, after the on-play of milling 1 card, is actually going to be really nice in this matchup. I talked about how Rob Lucci can play Kuzan on 4, and Zoro can kind of maybe swing into it and blow it up. Going to be a little bit harder now that there's a chum blocker on the field right now. Might just be able to kind of eat up the block at this point. Now on the 3 Dawn turn, right, might go ahead and play that 2-drop blocker on the field, but is just going to be attaching all 3 of them. Just going to go ahead and swing. Does not want to play down that Kyushiro and put it on the field for it can be easily popped. Rob Lucci going to be taking that life now, going to 4. We'll see if he decides to play the Kuzan. Does have 2 of them in hand now, so might be something that he goes ahead and plays. Milling off of the leader effect, a Hina and Kuzan to just kind of build up the trash. Does go ahead, take that life. It's a demonic 9-sword style Asura. Want to put that in hand, save that for later. And the Kuzan coming down, drawing a card. Now the Zoro on the 5 Dawn turn does have the Tashigi to play on curve, but not really a good way right now to be able to get rid of the Kuzan. You know that since they took the life, right, kind of replace that Kuzan in hand. If you try to go in with like that 9-sword style demonic right there and maybe like swing 6 at the Kuzan, it's really just a simple 2K to get out of the turn, so not really a play worthwhile. Starting out with a 5,000 power swing, just going to be going at lead, is going to prompt the Manchuri counter right there out of the hand, and the Cavendish hits the field. Cavendish is going to be able to restand to Dawn with that on play effect, and now you play the Cavendish as well as the Kyoshiro, I always forget this guy's name, onto the field. Now, that Kyoshiro, not only just a blocker, has an ongoing effect. If a slash attribute character with a cost of 5 or lower other than this character is KO'd by an opponent's effect, you can rest this character instead. So going to be really nice on this situation, right, to try to keep that Cavendish alive. Maybe going to try to force a double KO, which actually can happen because of the 2 Brooks sitting in the hand. So going to be really curious. Now on that Kuzan -4 is going to prompt maybe a 1K counter or a life. It's going to be the life. Going to put it in hand right here. Use the Rob Lucci to go ahead and swing 5,000 yet again. We know that especially with that protection effect, probably not going to block, right? Because you want to keep that alive. Most often decks can't use double KO effects in a turn, but it looks like on this one, if they go ahead and just play 2 Brooks from their hand with the 6 Dawn that they have, is going to be able to get that double KO. So here's the first set of 3 rested for the Brook. Is going to play that down, attempt to KO, or actually is just going to KO the Kyoshiro first, and then the other 3 goes ahead and gets rid of the Cavendish. That's definitely the order of operations that you do want to do it, right? Because if you go ahead and do the Cavendish first, well, they just rest the Kyoshiro, and so there's still technically 1 body on the field at the end of the turn. In that order of getting rid of the Kyoshiro first and then the Cavendish, you guarantee that both bodies leave the field of play now on this 7 Dawn turn. Yo, what up, Blue Jesus? How are you, friend? Wait, Kyoshiro Zoro's mastered. Am I pronouncing it wrong? Anyways, we'll talk about it later. Tashigi now hitting the field on this 7 Dawn turn. The Tashigi going to be able to rest one of the characters, maybe trying to rest either the Brook or Cobra. Is going to opt for the Cobra, and 3 Dawn get attached to the Zoro. The Zoro going to be swinging 8,000 power, potentially, at this Kuzan. Is going to command 2 2Ks if there are any from hand. Now, with the only 1Ks in hand, though, not going to be getting rid of the cards in hand and just going to say, you know what, going to let that Kuzan go down. And now, on that activate main, because you battled a character, you're going to be able to restand the Zoro and swing at life, and so he does, taking that, and the Kyoshiro, or however you pronounce it, is going to round out the rest of the 2 Dawn and give a protection to the Tashigi. With the 8 Dawn now in hand, you do have a Laboon, right? So you're going to be able to get rid of this Tashigi, especially with the leader effect, the Laboon, right, doing a lot of minusing, and then the 2 Brooks getting the KO effects is going to get rid of both of these characters yet again. At this point, definitely such a strong situation for this Rob Lucci, really controlling the board right now. And so on this 5,000 power swing is going to go ahead and take the life. Not a lot of counter in hand at this point. Is going to be a 2K Tashigi. You wish you saw that on the field earlier, right, to be able to protect these bodies that you got going on right now, to just not being a great number in this game plan when you're staring at double Brooks onto the field. So now the Rob Lucci, going 8-1 in Swiss, is going to go ahead and start out with the 5,000 power Brook swing to get rid of this Kyoshiro. Is now going to have to figure out if they want to counter out of this swing or not. Oh yeah, the game's really nice right now if you're not playing Purple Luffy. Jerome, I agree. Yeah, the use of tokens is awesome, Etchi. This is the first time that I've seen them use tokens, and I like to believe that they were listening to my channel and watched me try to commentate Silver's Rayleigh without having any tokens. Hey, I'm glad you're doing well, Blue Jesus. And so now we've still got to fulfill this 5,000 power swing. Is going to get rid of this Ippon Matsu, I think his name is. I can't remember off the top of my head. But anyways, is going to counter out of that 1K, and now with the Dawn, I believe, playing Laboon at this point, right, with the 4? Playing the Laboon down on the field and using that Laboon effect, you're going to be able to get rid of this Tashigi, going -4 with that Brook now swinging 5,000 power, is going to be able to go ahead and clear the Tashigi. One of the reasons why Rob Lucci still so relevant, right? Has so many different ways to get rid of certain things. And honestly, I mean, especially with the 2 Brook matchup, I mean, with 2 Brooks, I don't care what deck you're playing against. 2 Brooks, playing down a Kuzan that lives, playing a Laboon, right, to minus, you're probably winning most matchups in general. Definitely is a really good situation for the Rob Lucci. Looks to be in a really good spot to put himself in the top 4 of this tournament. So now still got to fulfill this 5,000 power swing. Oh, Ippon Matsu is the 3-cost sword seller blocker. Thank you. Kozaburo. I'm going to try to remember that, chat. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, this Zoro is kind of cooked at this point. I don't know how you get back from this. Your, like, best game plan, I feel like, at this point is, like, Dracul Mihawk into Kuina to rest the Cobra and get rid of this Laboon. But is going to 2K out of that. Oh, I think preemptively drew a card for turn. Thought he was just going to pass right here. But with the Manchuri effect is going to be able to be used to be able to grab something. Maybe grabbing like 4-cost Kuzan or something like that. Is going to put back Tempest Kick and Manchuri. Maybe grabbing a 2K in that Who's Who, right? We talked about earlier how the protecting the Kuzan couldn't really do it because you only had a couple 1Ks in hand. But the Manchuri being able to grab that Who's Who gives you a little bit more counter heading into the defensive side because you know that this Laboon is going to get swung at. And so now playing that Dracul Mihawk is going to restand more Dawn onto the field. I believe 4 Dawn, restanding 4, is going to allow a Kuina to come onto the field to rest that Cobra and be able to free swing into your opponent's characters. And so now the Kuina coming down onto the field is going to use that activate main, rest that Cobra, give 3 Dawn to your leader Zoro. And so now Zoro going to be able to use leader effect at this point. Maybe thinking about attaching 1 Dawn onto the 9. You know that if you swing 8, just 2 2Ks will be able to get out of it, and you know your opponent has one of them in hand. So I really like this attach of swinging 9 and swinging at the Laboon at this point, right? Commands 3 cards, 2K, 2K, 1K, and is going to get rid of it. And now swinging 9,000 power at life is going to take that and put it in hand. Is going to be a Tempest Kick. Oh man, Tempest Kick. This guy just keeps getting more and more at this point. I believe maybe after the leader effect has enough in the trash to be able to get that -3 on the Tempest Kick, is just going to be in a commanding position. Also, another Laboon out onto the field. Just has the world at his fingertips at this point with so much removal potential. You also have the Jack right here. Jack, maybe not a good card for this situation specifically, but in terms of controlling this board, controlling this game plan right now, you've got a lot to be able to do in a lot of time, really. So uses the 1 on the Tempest Kick, is going to go ahead and draw 1. Does the -3 on that Dracula Mihawk to make it a 5 cost overall in this game. Laboon can bring it down into a 1, and then Brook can just go ahead, swing for the fences. I think he did draw for turn. I think he drew the 7 cost in hand, the Jack, I think it was. I think he drew that for turn. Now having, or wait, no, maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was the Laboon. I think he drew the Laboon for turn. Or Smoker? He drew a Smoker. Wait, he has a Smoker in hand? Oh, you're talking about the Zoro. Rob Lucci, maybe just thinking about the math right now, just trying to make sure that he doesn't screw anything up, because even though he's in a good position, it's one of those things that where if you're in a spot where you mess up what you're doing, it can spell danger for you in the long run. And so now using the Manchuria effect to put in the Hina in hand is going to go ahead, put the Tempest Kick and Kuzan back into the deck to grab that card. Maybe going ahead and playing Rebecca or something off of this. You could go like just a 5K at lead to be able to you know, have 8 Dawn left within this turn, and you could go like Rebecca Laboon to be able to play that Hina down onto the field and then get rid of it through the Brooks. So minuses 1 more on that Dracula Mihawk, making it a 4 cost on the field. Or wait, did they not have enough on the Tempest Kick? Actually, they might not have had enough on the Tempest Kick, because it looks like they took away the 3. Yeah, he didn't have 10 cards in trash. I guess everybody assumed at first that he had 10 cards in trash, but maybe with the Manchuria putting the cards back into the deck, missed out on the number in trash. So again, that's another thing that you got to think about and you got to worry about. Something that you might have been able to have if you did leader effect first rather than the Tempest Kick. Definitely a big mistake. And so ends up blocking with the Dracula Mihawk right now. Says, you know what? I'm going to get this value on this guy at this point. Even though he's a 7 cost, still a big body. Does still have plenty of opportunity to get rid of this Mihawk, so might as well get the value of it now. Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I thought he had 10 in trash with the Tempest Kick. I thought he had 9 before. And so now, since there are no blockers, maybe just trying to swing at this Kuina right here, right? The Kuina being able to only be a 1,000 power character is very easy to swing at it with this Brook. So is going to get that knockout right there. The Dracula Mihawk should be -2 at this point. 1 from the leader effect, 1 from the Brook to make it a 6 cost overall. And so now the Rebecca coming in is going to be able to grab something from the trash, right? Is going to grab that Laboon, a card that you love to see, has a little bit of counter on it, and playing over the Manchury is going to go ahead and play that Hina that we saw earlier onto the field to -4. I'm sorry, it's been a while since I thought about that card. -4 for 6 in total, and now with the Laboon is going to go ahead put it under 0, and the Brook swing is going to KO it. Kind of a much more roundabout way, right, to be able to get rid of this Dracul Mihawk, but as you know, we were talking about just so strong at this point. Just in a commanding position with those 2 Brooks out on the field, and the Cobra is still here. 2 blockers with the Cobra and the Rebecca. The Zoro looks like they're done with this game just for formality's sake at this point. Only has 4 cards in hand, doesn't have too many options to work with, but you got to think about what is your best game plan at this point. You force them to play a lot of things from hand, do a lot of stuff, right, in that last turn. So can you capitalize on that? What can you do at this point? So asking what's in trash, only 1 Rebecca right here. Is just going to look through this a little bit. Japanese players really don't scoop. That's the thing. They usually just play it out. They may do like something goofy to like pretty much scoop. But usually Japanese players don't scoop. Is going to be playing the Kuina first. The Kuina is going to be able on that activate main to rest one of the blockers, whether that's the Rebecca or Cobra. He is going to go ahead and rest that Rebecca on that cost to be able to get 3 on the Zoro. There's no way that I wonder if he uses the 9 sword style demonic to be able to rest the Cobra on top of that. No, he's thinking about just attaching a bunch to the leader and going ahead and swinging. Do you ever leave 3 to be able to use the event, or do you just only use that event when you're going for game? So looks like he's going at leader with this swing. And what are the interesting interactions that you have to think about? No, it's a best of 1, by the way. One of the things that you have to think about if you're playing a Zoro, the Zoro gets the leader effect and gets the restand if they battle a character. If you go ahead and block with this Cobra on that swing, that is technically battling a character. So you would be able to restand as the Zoro. So a lot of times when a Zoro just goes ahead and swings, a lot of times you really just don't want to block. You may just like take the life or try to counter out of the attack to be able to avoid another swing coming in at this Zoro. So now the first swing, 4,000 power Brook at the Kuina is going to be able to knock it out. Still at a full 10 Dawn, all at your fingertips. You still have 5 characters out onto the field. You're just sitting in a really good position, and I think at this point, you just, with your Rob Lucci, with your Brook, with your Laboon, you just go, honestly, just tall and be able to swing, starting out with 7,000 power, milling the Kuzan and Manchury just to build up the trash. So does take that life, is going to be the first one, is going to be a Smoker right there. So Smoker being in this list. I see the 5-cost Smoker, the Punk Hazard one, really just as like a 2 of, I think, a lot of times in these Zoro lists that we've seen in OP12. Just being able to restand and reutilize Dawn as well as having Banish, just so good, especially because it's easily searchable as a slash attribute character. So now attaching 4 is going to be swinging 9,000 power at lead with the Laboon. Has 4 Dawn left with the Brook. Maybe playing over the LeBrook and playing down another Rebecca is going to take that life. And with the 4 is going in with the Rebecca, playing over the rested Brook to play that down, get another blocker on the field. And if you're wondering why the Brook came into the hand, going to be using that secondary effect on the Rebecca to pick up the Brook and put it in hand, kind of just skipping a sequence of sense. And so now at a 10 Dawn turn, you have to go for game at this point. There's no way that you're going to be able to win. Your best chance is probably first utilize Demonic 9-Sword style Asura. And I think maybe one of the things that the Lucci saw is respecting this mini Hody Jones, right? Gonna be able to rest 2 different characters onto the field, which is 2 blockers, but you still have another blocker in that Cobra or Rebecca to be able to utilize, and so they can't just go use this event to rest 2 blockers and then use the final event to be able to swing out and take the life and also. So swinging 8,000 power at this point. Just going to be 2K, 2K to get out of it. Really don't need to think too hard. Just give 2 2Ks to go to 9. And then uses that event to restand the Zoro. Swing 8,000 power again. Take the life. And then a pass of the turn. And the Lucci is going to be moving into the top 4. Not enough counter in hand to be able to get out of this one despite the 2K, 1K. Just throw it all on Laboon. You draw for turn. Put it all on leader or Laboon. Any of the 2 works. And swinging at lead, not using leader effect, just going in and winning the match. Definitely interesting. I mean, really did super well finding, you know, Kuzan on curve, then finding the 2 Brooks. The 2 Brooks on 6 were the huge difference within that game, right? Just really being able to KO a ton of different bodies, especially the small ones, and be able to really control the board in a sense. But probably something of how the matchup usually goes, I will say. That's cool, Faith. I will not. Also, Japanese players don't scoop. It's just a custom that you'll see a lot of times in Japan, where one person will just be absolutely dominating the other side of the game. Like, will just be demolishing. Like, there's no chance. But I think I've only seen one time a Japanese player scoop in these championships, and it was during a 3v3 when their match, like, didn't matter because the other 2 ended up, like, being a sweep. They just don't. It's just one of those things that's like, it's not a common thing. Like, it's respectful to just to have your opponent win, right? To like earn the win in a sense. And a lot of times too, like, just make them have it, right? Yeah, and also on video, they might just not be allowed to scoop, right? I've definitely seen that, not in the One Piece trading card game, I will say, but like in other card games. I've seen like situations where like you can't scoop because also that game would have ended like 20 minutes earlier. So, or like 15 to 20 minutes earlier. And so then they would have to fill on stream like, okay. Let's see. There we go. Thanks, moderator. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I've seen on like I can't remember what game it was, but it was a while ago. I remember it was just an absolute slaughterfest in like the second game, or no, I'm sorry, in the third game in the best of 3, and one person was very obviously like going to lose and then lose the entire set, but like they just can't. Well, I think you like, and I can't say for sure, but I think there's some sort of like code and ethic that goes along with it of like you will try your best, right? Like basically all the times that we see like players just getting obliterated on the stream, even if they're like absolutely getting demolished, they still do the best that they can, right? They still make their best plays. It's just their plays aren't going to go into a win, you know? It's a really tricky thing because you have to fill the time as well after they scoop. And so like they have these set things that they're going to reveal during the time, but the more dead air that you have in a stream, the more dead air like during this time, the more viewers you lose. So I don't know if they sign anything. I would think that they would, but I can't say that for sure. But it would make sense if they did. Since this block 1 is printed in EBO2, does that make it playable in block 4 with the rest of PRBO2? I don't think so. Yo, what's up, Mikey? I know, I need them to reveal the Cavendish. Come on. I think they're showing new cards. Are they showing new cards? Oh! Oh, this is Bad Manners Kick Course, chat. Bad Manners Kick Course alternate art. Nice. I like that event. I hope Cavendish comes in. Ooh, who's this? Oh, this is the OP. Oh, we knew about this one. We knew about this one. This got revealed a different time, right? The OP10 chopper. Why can't the 5-cost blocker Sabo be in PRBO2? It should have been in PRBO1. That'd be sick if the smoker made top 4. Come on, Cavendish! No, that's the wrong supernova! The EBO1 Scratchman of Poo. Dang it! I think this is actually really bad, chat. I think because Scratchman of Poo is in this from EBO1, I think there's a less chance of another green EBO1 card in the set. But they haven't really revealed SRs yet, right? Oh, and Mr. 3's getting an alternate art in PRB. Yo, what up, AJ? Hey, Mikey, I'm doing all right. I'm doing good. I'm having a lot of fun right now. How are you? Technically, it was in PRBO1. Wait. What was in PRBO1? Ooh, nice. Gum Gum Jet Galling's getting an alternate art. That means that this might get reprinted as well. That means that this regular art might go down. Oops. EBO1 and reprint in PRB, that's L? No, that's W. We want EBO1 reprints in PRB, so then the prices go down. Another Zoro Juro? Oh, this is the OP09 Zoro Juro, chat. The OP09 Zoro Juro, the one that re-ramps. They've revealed some of the SRs. Yeah, I mean, 5-cost Sabo was a manga, but why couldn't the regular art get reprinted? Jesus Burgess. I know, I really love the 0 costs getting all alternates. I think that's sick. 10 cost Blackbeard, 7 cost Mihawk from OP09. Oh, was that the SRs that they've shown so far? But what I was saying about the Cavendish is like Scratchman at Pooh is actually is not good for potentially getting Cavendish, right? Because they probably don't want to repeat too many colors of cards from the same set as others, right? Like, what's cooler from like an advertising sense? Like having 5 green cards from PRB be reprinted, or having, you know, one from EBO1, one from EBO2, one from OP07, you know, that kind of thing. So I think that's bad, especially because EBO1 is a small set. X Drake from OP10 getting an alternate art. I don't know if we've seen 6 King Pistol yet. I can't recall it. Wasn't Cavendish getting a reprint in the Learn to Play starter deck set? I do not know. I can't confirm or deny that, TRG Talks. I don't want to give you misinformation. I have no idea. But if you... Wow, this carrot art looks really good, by the way. Oh, Chad, I have a carrot. I don't know if you guys can see it from here, but I have a PSA graded carrot alternate. I got this for like $10. It's a PSA, or it's a Beckett 9. It's not a PSA 9. But that's like gold texturing. Is that an SP? Is that an SP, chat? But this carrot looks gorgeous. The minks are eating good this set. Yeah, none of those cards yet, Danks, have been shown. Oh, wow. These gold borders look so good. This is 10 drop Shanks. This is the KO a 10,000 power or less character. Yeah, these are the SPs, right? Yeah, these look so good. These look fire. Show me Cavendish! Show me Cavendish, you cowards! Do we already have the top 4? No way. That's the top 8. We already have top 4! So top 4. Sanji's still in the top 4, chat. Sanji's still in the top 4. 2 blue, purple Luffy, 1 Sanji, and 1 Rob Lucci. Is Rob Lucci going to win this whole tournament? Chat, can Sanji beat Rob Lucci? I don't know. Oh, the bottom corner says SP. Oh, geez, we're going right into it. We don't know about God Packs yet, but blue, purple Luffy, the big king on the block. Debatable best deck in format. Definitely one of the best, too, without debate. Really just tries to ramp up to 8 Dawn to be able to use that leader effect. Before the Dawn phase, before the draw phase, before the refresh phase, if you're at 8 or more Dawn, you can search the top 5 cards for a Straw Hat Crew type card to put in your hand, then put the rest on the top or bottom of your deck. Really being able to manipulate and draw 2, essentially, 1 with the leader effect, and 2 with reordering the top of your deck in any which way you'd like. Really gives it a situation to where if blue purple Luffy can stabilize and get to those late stages of the game where they're playing 9 cost Sanji, where they're playing 8 cost Kanakuri, it is so hard to defeat them, and they're going to be playing the surprise on the block. It's the Sanji. So the Sanji cannot be KO'd, as you're talking about, Sprinter. This Sanji, if you do not know, going to be really interesting, right? Has that activate main once per turn of Dawn -1. You can play a 3 cost or less Straw Hat Crew type event from your hand onto the field, and then when attacking, if you're equal or less than Dawn to your opponent, you can re-ramp 1 Dawn. We know that this list, much different as we saw this player earlier, play in the top 16 round, much different than the other Sanjis that we've seen heading into this tournament, leaning very hard on the removal aspect in this deck, right? On the Jozu, right? That's the big card that we saw in that top 16 round, to be able to put back bodies back into the opponent's hand. I don't know if the Jozu is going to be that good in this matchup, right? Because Blue-Purple Luffy really just plays like 3-cost Zorojuro or 4-cost Bon Clay, and then just kind of goes from there. And speaking of Zorojuro, they've got one in hand as well as a Bon Clay. So speak of the devil, I promise it's not scripted. Anyways, outside of that, in this hand, does have a God Thread and Thunder Bagua as 2 different events, as well as a 9-cost Sanji. So not bad at this point. Gonna be really interesting, right? Because whether they're on the odd or even curve, right, on their second turn playing Zorojuro or the Bon Clay, the Sanji has that event on the very left that puts back a 4-cost or less into the hand. So especially if Zorojuro hits the field, right, like on an odd curve, that event is going to be able to put that guy back into hand and not be able to ramp, especially because the Luffy is on the even curve at this point. So, ooh, that's going to be interesting, because I feel like if they were on the even curve, right, if Blue-Purple Luffy is on the even curve, you play the Bon Clay, you get the ramp right away, sure, you're fine and dandy, but because you're on the odd curve and you're forced to play Zorojuro on 3, the Sanji going to be able to put that back into the hand is huge in this game plan. So going ahead, using that event to be able to look at the top 3 and grab any card that they want, is looking at that removal event again that they've already got in hand. That event being the Boof Burst, I think it's called. I don't know about the official translation, but playing now a pudding to be able to look at that top 4 and find either a Sanji or event card, and grabs that 3-cost Sanji that we pulled earlier in our booster box, actually. Fun fact, if you missed that earlier in the stream. The Luffy now on the 3-dawn turn is just going to go ahead and swing 6,000 power, prompts a 2k Usohachi, and plays down that Zorojuro like we mentioned on 3. So we'll see if the Sanji ends up using their leader effect this turn to be able to put that Zorojuro back into the hand on that 4-dawn. Could go ahead, maybe like play this 3-cost Sanji onto the field and then use leader effect to bounce that Zorojuro back. They're going to put that Sanji down and use the leader effect, put that Zorojuro back into hand. That event having 2 different options, one being of putting a 4-cost or less back into the hand, or drawing 2 cards. In this, oh, I'm sorry, I'm not full screen. Sorry about that, chat. Is going to pass off the turn after swinging 6,000 power and forcing the Blue-Purple Luffy to take a life. I was so excited to talk about the Sanji that I forgot to make it back into the full screen. Shout out Gav for telling me to put it back. Anyways, now going into the Blue-Purple Luffy's turn, you've got a really interesting situation at this point, right? Because you need to be able to ramp, right, to be able to accelerate your game plan, but also you need to put bodies on the field at this point. So being on the odd is just going to go ahead and play Bon Clay after swinging 6 and taking that life, passing off the turn with 2 Dawn up. You do get to ramp, and so next turn you're going to be at 8 to be able to play multiple cards like the Zorojuros in the hand, or maybe something like God Thread Zorojuro, right? You could do that as well. And now the Sanji probably on its way to an 8-1 record, taking out multiple Blue-Purple Luffys en route to this. Does have a Gum Gum Red Rock in the hand now to be able to potentially utilize here in the coming turns to get bodies off the field. And so Thunder Bagua comes down and ramps a Dawn. Going to be so nice for this Blue-Purple Luffy, now sitting at 7, is going to be using that leader effect to be able to play that event yet again, Boof Burst, and with that, draw 2 cards instead of bouncing back the Bon Clay into the hand. Going to be 3 events now in the trash. Still has 5 Dawn to work with after this 6,000 power swing. And so we'll see what he decides to do. Ends up playing a Kaya. Kaya now in the top 4. Thank you, Sprinter, for saying that. Does find a Reiju. Reiju's going to be really important in this game, I feel like, being a 7,000 power blocker potentially if you get enough events in the trash. And I think if you go ahead and trash 2 of them right here, Reiju is going to be able to gain that buff on the field, as well as Sanji now being a 6,000 power character. Getting that 5 events in trash means that Sanji, for every 5, gains 1,000, is going to be able to match now the Luffy without having to invest any Dawn. And so with that 6 is going to be a Zorojuro counter out, and the Reiju comes on the field. The Reiju now 7,000 power blocker and a 9 cost is going to be tough to get it off the field, right? A God Thread can't get rid of it. God Thread also can't get rid of the Sanji, because the Sanji can't be removed on the field, because all you have to do is just Dawn -1, right, to be able to keep that on the field. And so 6,000 power swing is going to be able to block right there. And the 9 for the Luffy is going to go ahead and grab that rush, replace itself in the hand with the draw, and now a 10,000 power swing, I think, going at the Sanji at this point. Gonna be tough to be able to counter out of it, especially a 10,000 power swing. Maybe if it was 9, it'd be a little bit easier at this point, but gotta be thinking about if you want to keep this alive. It's such an important part of your game plan to be able to constantly swing, but just a little bit too high, I feel like, for you to be able to counter out of, and just passes off the turn. Now Sanji, going into their next turn, has 8 Dawn to work with, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Could go ahead and use Red Rock to get rid of this Luffy and continue swinging at face. That might be a game plan that they try to utilize right here. I'm not sure what the best route is at this point. You could go ahead and play Jozu, right? Jozu would be able to get the Bon Clay off the field, especially because Bon Clay can copy the power of your Reiju at 7,000 power, so it is an attacking threat as well. So asking how many cards in hand at this point. Oh man, looking around. I wonder if the better play is using Red Rock or the Jozu right now. I would assume that the Luffy is probably more of a threat than the Bon Clay is at this point. So using leader effect after countering out of that swing is going to be able to put that Bon Clay to the bottom of the deck. One of the reasons why this deck is so strong, right? Gum Gum Jet Mochi or something, or Gum Gum Jet, is going to now swing the Reiju, 7,000 power, take that life, going to be a God Thread, and the Red Rock gets rid of the Luffy, getting rid of both bodies in the turn and leaving 1 Dawn up. Is going to be nice to kind of feint either the Gum Gum Giant or potentially utilize something like the Concaser, I think is how it's pronounced. Now the Luffy, using leader effect, is going to be in an awkward spot, right? This top 5 is not anything incredible that you have in your hand, especially because you have the 9 cost Sanji right there, both in the top 5 and also the hand. And so puts it on there after grabbing the Gear 2. Gear 2 going to be nice to be able to have as a counter event if you don't want to use Gum Gum Giant. And so now at a full 10 Dawn, we'll see if they decide to just go in aggressive at lead. Sanji still sitting at 3 life. The Charlotte Lin, right, kind of a double-edged sword right now, because that Reiju is a 9 cost on the field. Can't be removed from a Charlotte Lin effect at this point. So it's going to be interesting. You don't necessarily want to put a 2K on that Kaya back in the life. So is going to go ahead, play that Lin, do that minus, get rid of the God Thread, and gain the life, but might not opt to put anything back into the life on the Kaya, or putting in just says, no, I'm not going to opt for any of that. I'll pass off the turn. And so now Reiju stays alive right now. Another Red Rock is in the hand. A second Red Rock has entered the hand, Mr. President. And so Red Rock coming in at this point could be nice to get rid of this Lin, as well as maybe use the search event, maybe try to build up a little bit in the hand or something of the sort. He's going to go ahead, do that one for the event is going to look at that top 3 and find whatever he wants. Could be something to play on this turn after the Red Rock, right? 3-cost Sanji would be huge here to be able to play out onto the field, but is thinking about grabbing Let's Crash This Wedding, just a nice 1-drop searcher event at this point that you can actually play for free because you have a rested event. You could just go ahead and Dawn Minus, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Going to be looking at that top 5 for a Straw Hat Crew type card. Does find a 3-cost Sanji, so we'll see if he kind of plays around with that idea that I had of going Red Rock 3-cost Sanji onto the field. But it's thinking about maybe grabbing something else. I think maybe there's a red or a Gum Gum Giant in hand that he's thinking about grabbing right now. Oh, sorry, Chad, I lost you for a second there. And so Sanji is the choice on the hand. Maybe think about playing that. The one thing that you do with this play, right, because you're at 9 Dawn, is if you play the Red Rock and Sanji, you don't have enough Dawn to swing with Leader at this point, so you're kind of forced to swing with the Reiju. But you may be okay with that just simply because the Luffy doesn't have anything on the field to be able to attack with, and you would have some threats to be able to utilize. And so now 7,000 power at lead is going to go ahead and use the Gear 2 event to get out of that swing, right? Put him at 9,000 power. And so now the Sanji just going to be doing that swing to get the Dawn back, right? Does have that when attacking effect. Doesn't really hurt to rest your leader at all at this point, and decides to use the Jozu. So the Jozu is going to go ahead and pick back up the Kaya, and so leaves the Lin out onto the field. Says, you know what, at this point, I think establishing the body is a little bit more important, right, on the Jozu. Gets me the Kaya back in hand. That's a nice 2K. And although the Lin comes to standing, the Lin might be in a position to where they're swinging at a character anyway. Maybe something along the lines of like the Reiju. We'll see. The Luffy now going and grabbing the Gum Gum Giant off of the leader effect is going to go ahead and restand everything. Draw for turn. Gonna put at the top of the deck. What is that at the top of the deck that he grabbed? It looks like a Gum Gum Red Rock of his own at this point. So does have 10 Dawn to work with. We'll see if he decides. I don't think he's going to play the Sanji right here. I think he's going to Red Rock. So the 3-cost Sanji on the field, still at 6,000 power because only 9 events in the trash at this point. One more event would put it at 7,000 power, 10 events total in trash. Oh man, this is such a tricky position, I feel like, if you're the Sanji. Because again, like I was talking about earlier, this is where Blue Purple Luffy stabilizes, right? This is kind of where they start getting in this rhythm of really being an unbeatable brick at this point. So countering out with the 2K for 7,000 power. We'll see where the Lin decides to swing. The Lin attaching Dawn and swinging at this Reiju. Okay, so that's a 12,000 power swing, I believe, at the Reiju right now. The Reiju is going to go down. That's a blocker that is going to be pesky in the long run. And the Red Rock goes in. Bottom decks the Jozu at this point. Leaves 1 Dawn up. Says, you know what? I don't really care too much about that Sanji right now. It is still only 6,000 power, right? It has only matched me at this point. So I'd rather get rid of the Jozu. The Jozu's going to at least force a 2K out of my hand, which I don't have, right? I really only have Gum Gum Giants at this point. And so draws for turn. Does have another Reiju in the hand right now, so might try to do something where they establish a Reiju. If you go into the Red Rock, you would be able to make this Sanji a 7,000 power swing, which could be very nice. And the Reiju, being a 4-cost blocker, would deplete all 10 of your Dawn as the Red Rock comes in. Goes ahead and bottom decks the Lin. Leader effect is going to be able to play that event for free, is going to go ahead and draw one. That's that main effect that you can utilize. That's going to put 10, 11 actually in the trash for the events. And a 7,000 power swing coming in at lead is going to force a Gum Gum Giant if they want to utilize it, or maybe take a life at this point. I think either way you're kind of okay as the Luffy, but ends up going ahead with the Gum Gum Giant, pitches the God Thread, and draws two. It's going to be a 9 Lin and a 3-cost Uso Hachi. So going to be nice to get a 2K off of that top end, a Lin that you can play in the next turn. But goes ahead with the 4, plays the Reiju, passes off the turn. And so since, here's another thing as well, the Sanji, as you saw swing, try to use that leader effect, he was actually ahead on Dawn because of the Gum Gum Giant that was played on the side. The Sanji was at 9 Dawn, and the Blue-Purple Luffy was at 8 Dawn after the Gum Gum Giant. Not necessarily something that really matters, but is going to be something that is worth of note. And so now off of that top is going to get a 2K off of the top 5, and on the draw is going to grab another 2K Sanji. So 4K counter just built up in the hand. Now at this point you can 9-drop Sanji into something like the Rush Luffy that you've got on that top of the deck, right? That Rush Luffy is going to be so nice to be able to bounce back that Sanji potentially onto the field if you want, but get a Rested Dawn onto your leader potentially. So with that Luffy on that on play, can get that when attacking, and so is going to go ahead and do that when attacking. Maybe is thinking of where to attack at this point. Do you swing at the Sanji? It is only 8,000 power, so attempting to bring back that Sanji, or maybe just swinging at the Sanji, not using that when attacking effect at this point. If they're trying to use the when attacking bounce back effect, right, and it looks like they are going to, is going to go ahead with that, trash the Zoro Jiro and attempt to bounce back the Sanji. I wonder if these players are friends. They're kind of chatting a little bit and smiling, having fun. And so ends up letting the Sanji go on the swing, right? Maybe not opting to bounce anything back, but instead saying, you know what, I'm just going to get this Rested Dawn on him, swing over at the Sanji, try to get it off the field, and just not enough counter in the hand for the Sanji. Sanji's hand really depleting at this point. And here's a part that's really scary for the Sanji, right? Not having a lot of counter. These 9-cost Sanjis playing out another body that you have to struggle against. And so now pitching 2 cards, 2 different events right now is going to build, I think, 13 in the trash. And that leader effect is going to go ahead, draw 2 for a 14th event. Does find another 3-cost event, and also the 1-cost search event. Might go ahead and play the 1-cost search event. It's really tough. What are you looking for at this point? You're trying to find another 3-cost Sanji, right? So using that leader effect on that 6K swing is just going to prompt a 2K. And so do you go in with the Reiju? Do you go ahead and get aggressive and swing with the Reiju at 7,000 power? Uses that event for the 15th, or I'm sorry, I think it's the 14th actually. Looks like on there, can't see exactly what they got, but we'll see it when they put it in hand in a second. It looks like it is another 3-cost Sanji, maybe playing that guy down onto the field. The Sanji would be nice to have, right? Because there is 15 events out into the trash. Would be an 8,000 power character, would be able to kind of start competing with a lot of these other guys that the blue-purple Luffy has. And there goes the Jozu picking up the Kaya, but decides to pass off the turn there. Says, you know what, I don't want to play the Sanji yet, actually. I want to get this 2K counter in my hand. Plenty of 9-drop Linlins to be able to utilize after grabbing that Nami. Going to be drawing the Bon Clay for turn, maybe playing the 9-cost Sanji to get that Linlin on the field, heal another life, go back up to 3, and put the God Thread in there to re-ramp a Dawn potentially on the trigger. The Blue Pearl Luffy, again, just as the game goes on, just becomes such a strong and stronger opponent to be able to battle on that 8,000 power swing after countering out with the 2K. Kaya is going to prompt the Gum Gum Giant to get 2 more events in the trash, 17 in total, and then the Sanji is going to prompt a life, and another Sanji coming in with that Linlin. The Linlin going to be able to put the Jozu in the life. And so now healing back up to 3. Jozu going into the bottom of the life is just really going to neutralize the amount of threats that are on the field for this Sanji. So not looking good for him at this point. A great run in the top 4, but going to have to figure out something quick on this because you're threatened to lose on this next turn. And so at a full 10 Dawn, you do have Gum Gum Giant, one of the best cards in the game at this point, so you still have a fighting chance. Does find another event in that Let's Crash the Wedding, maybe looking for Usohachi 2K in a sense. Does find the 4th 3-cost Sanji, so you gotta think, if you grab the 3-cost Sanji, you're not gonna find any more outside of this. Maybe just trying to play down those Sanjis on the rest of this turn. You do have another Reiju in your hand as well. You know, to be honest, I don't know why he didn't bounce back the pudding when he played it. I don't know why he didn't do that, Vicho. I probably would have done that because he didn't do anything with it. Oh, he ends up swinging with the Reiju. So ends up claiming that life, ends up going 3 for the Sanji and 3 for the Sanji, passes off the turn and says, all right, here we go right now. Sanji's sitting at 8,000 power each, I believe. Now going into the turn, does have enough stuff to be able to really threaten for game, right? 3 8 costs or 8,000 power or higher characters on the board seems like a strong position to be able to try to hit lethal in this turn with Sanji sitting at 2 life and only 3 cards in hand. Does grab that Usohachi 2K off the top and moves into the next turn. Full 10 Dawn. Does get a Thunder Bagua off the top of the deck just in case they need it for defensive purposes, right? Just leave a ton of Dawn. And so starts out by testing the waters with a 7K swing. 7K swing is going to command a 2K 1K, but ends up using Gum Gum Giant instead first to get that 14th event card in the discard. Does have that 1-drop event that we talked about earlier, as I'm trying to remember the name, the Concaser, I think it's called. Does give 4,000 power on the 1 event counter, and Let's Crash This Wedding is going to get a 15th event in the trash while potentially finding a 2K. Or does he grab the Gum Gum Giant? He ends up grabbing the Gum Gum Giant instead, says, you know what, instead of that 1-cost event, I'm going to use Gum Gum Giant to just draw cards like crazy. And now, with the 20, is going to be 9,000 power bodies out onto the field. Sanji going to be moving in. 9,000 power. Does have to give up Gum Gum Giant right here. And also the Jozu potentially in hand. Draws 2 cards. What are they? It's a Reiju and a Kaya, so pretty good amount of counter but I don't know if you're going to be able to survive these other two swings that they've got going on in the Luffy and also the Charlotte Linlin, right? Just two big bodies coming in right here. So now here's a 10,000 power swing at lead. Looks like 17 events in the trash now. Is going to take that one life, and the rest of Dawn attached to the Linlin. Looks like 6 Dawn in general for 15K is going to get the win. A close game in general, I feel like. Very close to be going in the Sanji's way, but just the game going on a little bit too long, letting that blue-purple Luffy stabilize. And as it's been in the past and what we've talked about, just really the strong point on blue-purple Luffy and when it becomes just an insanely strong deck, chat. And blue-purple Luffy advancing into the finals. It's going to either face the Rob Lucci or a blue-purple Luffy mirror match. I don't think we've had a blue-purple mirror match in the finals at all. So that would be interesting if that did happen, but who knows, maybe the Rob Lucci kind of being on the map still just simply because it can beat blue-purple Luffy, right? Be able to control the board enough may just be exactly what it needs. Yo, Maker and TV and TRG Talks, thanks for following over on Twitch and chat. If you're enjoying the content, make sure to like, follow, subscribe either on Twitch or YouTube, whatever platform you're watching it on, whether it's a VOD or the live stream. Is nice to do these live streams with you all. Also, Joel, I hope you're having a good day. Thanks for coming in. Pancake, what's good? Grass Dog, hello. It was definitely tough. Yeah, good try, Sanji. It was a really good run, and I'm super curious to see his list later in the, maybe like on Twitter or something. If I see the list, I'll put it on Twitter, chat. All right, let's see some more reveals, chat. Show me Cavendish. Oh, here's the Dawn, or one of the Dawn from the set. Caesar Clown. Yo, welcome. Thank you so much for being here, Maker. We got Caesar Clown Dawn and also the gold version. Oh, wait. Well, it's in the middle of the screen. You guys can see the card in the middle of the screen. If they show it on the right side again, I'll get out a full screen. Ooh, looks like some Kobe Dawn with some, is that Honesty Impact? Maybe? Oh, look at that foil. Look at the marine foil right here. That's pretty. That's very cool. Is this Marco? Yeah, Marco. They just said it. Marco Dawn in PRB looks hot. I think they're just going to show Dawn in this segment. I don't think they're going to show... Oh, this is Luffy, right? Yeah, this is Luffy in one of his gears or whatever. Oh, that's sick foiling. Look at that. Look at that. That's gorgeous. Kabedon. Kobedon. I feel like they're just going to show Dawn cards. Chat, PRBO2 coming out in Japan on July 26th in a little less than a month. Yo, what's up, Jesse? OP11 leaders with Kobe and Snake Man. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, OP11 leaders. Okay, looks like they're going on break, chat. Chat, I am going to grab another quick drink real quick before they start this final round. I'm going to play advertisements on Twitch and YouTube real quick, just so you guys don't get an advertisement during the finals, right? So you don't miss any of the action. I will be right back. Hold on to your butts. We've got one more round left. It's 2 a.m. Pacific time, but we're going to be standing strong as we get ready for the final. I am Jake, and I'll be right back. Our friends over at Nengarden have officially kicked off the summer sale on their website. Prices are slashed from 10% to 40% across the entire store now. You can pick up some crazy discounts on One Piece based mats like the Heavenly Yaksha, some great anime themed mats like Paranormal Playmat and also the Curse vs. Beast, as well as if you get a Sun God playmat right now while supplies last. Every purchase of this specific Stitched Edge playmat gets a free playmat tube as well to help protect what you love, as well as a brand new pre-order that's dropped in the Pokemon region if you're a fan of Final Boss, which the colors on this are insane, man. I love this design. You can use my code Atrocious to save an extra 5% off and help support the channel, and make sure to grab your new favorite playmat while this sale's going on because you don't want to miss it. Now back to the video. Okay. Welcome back, chat. Welcome back, welcome back. Show me the Robin. I know, show me the Robin Dawn. Show me the Das Fleurs. New Nami Dawn. I hope Nami gets a Dawn, because she didn't get one in PRBL1. Right? She didn't get one in PRBL1. Give me a new Nami Dawn, please, for my Nami deck. Oh, man, chat. I'm so happy I pulled this Rosinante. Very happy I pulled that Rosinante. Let's see if more reveals came in. Oh, yeah. We can talk about this Kobe real quick. They, chat, in our Discord, as I mentioned earlier, if you want to join our Discord server, all you have to do, !Discord in the Twitch chat or in the description of YouTube. You can go check out the link. The Kobe reveal came in, so let's go check that out of there. Kobe, red character, 4 cost, 5,000 power Navy sword, right? 1k counter on him. On opponent's turn, if your leader is the Navy type, this character gains 1,000 power, and then when attacking, KO an opponent's character with an original power of 3,000 or less. Then if you have 6 or less cards in your hand, draw 1. Wow, this guy was made to beat Rayleigh, right? Like, the producers of the One Piece trading card game were like, you know what? Rayleigh, too good. Give Kobe a chance. And it looks like that's the only other, because I think that was all 3 of the unique cards that they showed, right? I don't think there was any other unique cards. Then they showed like all these alternate arts. But let's go back to this. Whoop. Let's go back to this. Bink. Put it on full screen. Chat, how's your night going? Is there a link for the LCQ registration? Yeah, let me put that in chat. Let me put that in chat. Let's see. So chat, the last chance qualifier, if you want to go to Bandai Card Fest and you want to play, signups are happening in less than 5 hours. It's at 7 a.m. Pacific time. And so that link right there, if you want to sign up, go to that. Oh, they're starting the finals. Of course, Hasem. All right, chat. Who's in the finals? Place your bets. It's going to be at least blue, purple, Luffy. Right, because we just watched it win top 4. Oh, the Rob Lucci made it. So it's going to be blue, purple, Luffy versus Rob Lucci in the finals. So this is going to be interesting, right? Blue, purple, Luffy, we saw as time goes on, is such a good deck. right, and get stronger as time goes on. But the same can be said for Rob Lucci, right? Being able to build the board with characters that do cost minus, do removal aspects. He's looked like he's nervous. He's looked like he's having a lot of fun this tournament. I'd be having fun too if I was in the championship finals. But Rob Lucci really being built in this day and age to be able to counter stuff like blue-purple Luffy. Gonna be tough, I think, for this blue-purple Luffy if the Rob Lucci sees a half-decent, like, start. Especially because they can put themselves in a commanding position. But Rob Lucci going first in this game as this cat wants more and more scratches from me. I don't know what a spectator pass looks like, Etchy. I'm trying to think if I paid anything last year for Bandai Card Fest when I went as a spectator. I know at least for regionals it didn't cost anything, but if you have to pay, it's probably pretty cheap comparatively. I think it's because with the -1, in comparative to something like the OP12 Smoker, Rob Lucci is so good because Rob Lucci can also build the trash, right? I think that's the big key, is that as well as it's -1, it builds up the trash. Okay, Cat, I gotta focus. Yeah, card milling is huge. All right, so the not terrible, but not great for the odd curve. So it's going to be blue-purple Luffy versus Rob Lucci in the finals of this championship. And it looks like with the Rob Lucci hand, they've got 2 Jacks, Laboon, Tashigi, that's that 2K in hand, and a Cobra. And so now the blue-purple Luffy in the hand has 2 Bon Clays in the hand, so going to be able to get a lot of ramp going in the game, especially on the even curve, right? They're 2 Dawn turn and on, they're going to be able to ramp. Going to be really nice, and especially with an active ramp, right? Going to be able to be on the aggressive. You don't have to swing, you don't have to do any extra effects in the next turn to be able to get the ramp. You get the ramp immediately with that on play, which is going to be very good within this matchup, right? Because Rob Lucci might be able to remove Bon Clay, but you still got the ramp anyways. Yeah, I think OP12 is going to be legal in Dallas. Oh, yeah. Mixing up the going first and second. Got to make sure that you stay on that. Going first, the Rob Lucci is just going to go ahead and Dawn and pass. The Luffy drawing for turn is also going to pass. This is very typical for both decks. And so now on the 3 Dawn turn, since the Rob Lucci top deck that Brook, it is one of those things that you can either go 6 at lead to mill the 2 cards, going to be 2 4-cost Rob Luccis, and then play the Cobra, or you can just go ahead, mill the 2 on the effect, and then slam down the Brook. The Cobra is going to be able to build the trash a little bit more to get 3 cards and be able to establish a blocker when this 6K leader ends up swinging. So with the 4 is going to go ahead, play that Bon Clay to ramp, go up to 5 Dawn, and now attaches 1, swings 7 at lead. Rob Lucci is going to take that, just kind of building up the hand a little bit. Does find another Laboon, which is pretty nice. And this Bon Clay just going to be on the field right now, and so has a Tempest kick. So is going to attach 1 to lead and swing 6,000 power, building the trash a little bit more with the Cobra and 10 cost Kuzan. You want the 10 cost Kuzan hand, is going to put that Bon Clay to a 3 cost in this. So just a 2K counter to get out of that. With the 4 Dawn, is thinking about just playing a Laboon, establishing that guy on the field, and passing. It's kind of a double-edged sword, right? You like playing Laboon because it's so good in being able to remove bodies out onto the field. But on the downside, playing down Laboon means that now the Bon Clay can go ahead and swing at you because it can copy that 5,000 power Laboon. Now at 7 Dawn, the Bon Clay is going to push him to 8 to be able to use leader effect in the next turn, and still 4 Dawn to work with at this point. You might just go ahead and like attach 1, swing 7 at lead, or maybe just attach all and swing at lead, is thinking about 2 of them in general at this point. I don't think that there's really a world where you're countering with Gum Gum Giant, maybe just trying to feint a gear 2 in hand, but is going to swing 9,000 at lead, pass off the turn after that, putting the Rob Lucci down to 3. I think, honestly, the blue-purple Luffy's in the driver's seat right now. And so drawing the Manchury for turn after getting that Suru off life is going to go ahead and build up the trash with a leader effect, right? Using that when attacking, even if you don't pressure on the life, going to be able to build the trash -1 to one of these Bond Clays, and the Jack is going to come down onto the field. The Jack, with that effect, is going to be able to cycle a card from the hand, and so with that, non-counterable Kuzan is going to go ahead, get rid of that Bond Clay, and pass off the turn. Luffy, now being at 8 Dawn before the refresh phase, is going to go ahead and use the leader effect to grab a 2K out of the hand with a Sanji, and maybe think about just hard playing this 8-cost kind of Curry potentially onto the field, or maybe grabbing the Gum Gum Giant. If they get the Gum Gum Giant right into their hand, now that they're at a full 10 Dawn after this refresh phase, they could go ahead and use that Sanji into a 9-cost Lin Lin that they've got now on the top of the deck to be able to put the Laboon at the bottom of the deck and really keep these bodies alive on the field. And so starting out with just a 6,000 power swing, going to try to command a 2K out of hand, is going to get the Tashigi that we saw at the beginning of the game. And now an 8,000 power swing, copying that Jack. I forgot his name for a second. The Jack is going to be able to get that life, no countering out as a 2K Barto gets into the hand. And the Sanji going into the Lin Lin play, as I talked about earlier. Gonna have to decide what to pitch from hand. I think you could maybe go with something like the Zorojuro. Or wait, no, you don't have a Zorojuro. I got it mixed up with Sanji for a second there. Might be thinking of getting rid of the 9 Lin Lin in hand, or the 9 Sanji instead. Healing that life, going to put Laboon at the bottom. Laboon, kind of your biggest threat at this point. And now the Rob Lucci has to respond with like a 10-cost Kuzan at this point in order to have a chance at all within this game. And can't even do that, actually, now that I think about it, because they're only at 9 Dawn on the odd curve. That's kind of why if you win the coin flip as Blue-Purple Luffy in this matchup, I think on the even curve is so good for you in this, right? Being able to play Bon Clay on curve, right? To be able to ramp and be able to have that active ramp, being able to stop the even curve, which a lot of times is what Rob Lucci prefers. There's 2 10-cost Kuzans, the third one now hitting the trash, the second and third one hitting the trash. Going to be minusing the Lin Lin in that swing at the Bon Clay. You never really counter out of Bon Clay, right? Going back to 1,000 power on your opponent's turn did already fulfill its spot, right? Being able to swing. So is kind of thinking about math right now, checking the amount of cards in trash before Tempest Kick at this point, is counting out how many. Don't want to repeat what happened last time in the top 8 round. Is going to draw one in -3 somewhere on the field. Looks like it's going to be Lin Lin to put it down to a 5-cost in total. The Laboon could come in. The Laboon might be able to go ahead and minus the Lin Lin and Brook finish it off in the turn, or like a Rebecca Brook combo to be able to get rid of the Lin Lin, only leave 1 9-cost on the field, and be able to maybe swing with this Jack, actually, come to think of it, because you need to pressure the life at some point. Yo, what up, Sus? How are you? Welcome on in, friend. Definitely an interesting spot if you're the Rob Lucci. You haven't, like, lost control of this game yet, but it could be difficult, and decides to attach one, swing 9,000 power at lead. Only has 7 Dawn left, so can't do a Laboon Rebecca play, as I talked about, but maybe just going in with a Laboon Brook play, as I proposed earlier. But no, goes with the Rebecca. at this point. The Rebecca is going to be able to grab a 2K from trash potentially. Might be playing down this Hina and putting in the Hina on the field and minusing 4 more to the Linlin, putting it at an -8 for the turn, is going to allow this 3 to be able to play down Brook onto the field, get rid of the Linlin, and leave the Brook as active. Brook being one of the more important cards within your game plan. I really like this play that he's brought on. Allows the Brook to more than likely survive within the next turn. But another Sanji and 9-cost Linlin play going to be hitting the field most likely. You get the 1K counter with the Dofi, you got a 9-cost Linlin on the top of the deck, and you can remove something like that Brook, put it in that life while still pressuring the field. Unfortunately, Ferdinand, I would say Rosinante is the worst leader to come out of OP12, as much as it pains me to say. But the blue-purple Luffy is swinging now 6,000 power at the Hina, just trying to control the board at this point, and the Lucci player letting that Hina go as the 9,000 power swing going at the Jack. The Jack you more than likely want to keep onto the field, right? Has the ability to battle with these big characters that Luffy's going to play, as well as the removal potential, and opts for the block. Doesn't want to give anything in hand at this point. And so the Sanji comes down, Linlin coming in and gaining a life, going back up to 3 after pitching that Thunder Bagua, is going to put Brook in that bottom of the life as they pass off the turn. The Dofi is cool because the Dofi was actually what people were thinking about in Japan at the beginning of the OP11 format when Blue-Purple Luffy was introduced, but it kind of really fell off and really came back in these last couple weeks. I really like the Luffy, and we saw it actually also pick up steam here in the West recently, especially this last weekend. But the Rob Lucci now using leader effect to -1 on the Linlin. Gonna be really tough to be able to clear, but could go ahead and use this Kuzan and Jack combo to clear out one of these bodies on the field. But is it a game plan that's going to get you fast enough or help you survive long enough? With that -5 on that Kuzan, is going to be able to put that Linlin down to a 3-cost overall. And the Jack on that filter of getting rid of that Kuzan is going to be able to get rid of the Linlin. Again, just trying to get rid of something every single turn. And now the leader effect coming back into this. Plenty of 2K options, or really just one 2K option. I was going to say just counter in general, good options. But on this right now, grabbing that Sanji, right, I think put the gear 2 on top at this point. It's hard to tell what that card is on the end there, but is that a God Thread that he actually put on top to put in the hand? Maybe it's just a good card, because you can just go ahead and play another 9-drop Linlin. You can really only get rid of Cobra, but you would be able to go up to 4 life, right? You can go ahead and swing 9/9. Right, with these guys. Oh, ends up going 10 at the Jack. So now on this 10K swing, does have to think about if the Jack is a huge part of your game plan, right? Jack is a reason, especially with Kuzan on the field, that you need to keep alive. Just goes ahead and blocks at this point. And then the 8 coming in for the Luffy. The Luffy now going to swing at that Jack, use that when attacking effect to get Arrested Dawn on the Sanji. May try to go into like an 8,000 power swing, bite a card out of hand, and then 11,000 power swing on the Jack to force even more cards out of hand. So you got it. It's a little bit telegraphed if they want to go and attach this last Dawn. You like to think as the Lucci that it's being used for a Gum Gum Giant. But honestly, with 3 life at this point, I feel like they feel pretty safe. They don't need to have 1 up for Gum Gum Giant. So getting rid of the Laboon, attaching that last Active Dawn, swinging 11,000 power, just going to be a 2K, 1K that you need to pitch out of hand. Or I'm sorry, 2K, 2K, because it's a 4,000 power difference to keep that Jack alive. And now you're going to be able to remove maybe at least this Luffy out onto the field. And especially the Rebecca top deck. You could do something along the lines of playing Jack, and you can actually remove 2 bodies on the field right now, right? With that Kuzan using -5 in general at this point. Getting rid of that Luffy, the first play, right? That Luffy being a 3 cost. Your leader effect can -1 on one of these Sanjis to make it a 3 cost overall. And then, as I mentioned earlier, the second Jack in hand can hit the field to be able to get rid of one of these other bodies. Kind of showing you why Kuzan is such a great card within this deck. So minusing 1 onto the Sanji, swing 6 at lead and forcing him to take a life. Well, I guess he didn't have to, but opting to anyways. Is going to go ahead, play that Jack, as I mentioned. Go ahead, do another filter of the hand, and maybe thinking about ending this turn on a Manchuri, right? To be able to grab maybe a 2K in the hand at the end of this turn. And so here goes the Manchuri effect. You do have to put some cards back into the deck, so events and 10-cost Kuzans, probably the 2 options that you are going to go for at this point. So ends up using the 4-cost Lucci, actually, or maybe trying to grab the 4-cost Lucci. The 4-cost Lucci could actually be pretty good for you, right? Might be pretty nice to be able to get rid of multiple bodies on the field, especially if you've got some more removal potential in your hand and passes off the turn. The Luffy now going to leader effect. And here's kind of like the weird thing that like is in this matchup right now is that the Lucci player is removing things and the Lucci player is getting things off of the field. As I move the cat off my desk. But the Luffy's not really losing cards in hand at this point. The Luffy is building up a hand, right? Using leader effect, grabbing cards from that top 5, manipulating what's going to be in life and such of the nature. Is going to go off with a 10K swing to start out with at the Jack and take that knockout. Is maybe thinking about just, I wonder if they would ever like attach a lot of Dawn to the blue-purple Luffy and swing at this other Jack, right? The Jack is a huge thing about this. And so attaches 4 Dawn, swings another 10,000 power, says, you know what, 10 might just be the magic number, and it is going to go ahead, take that knockout. The Rob Lucci not wanting to give up anything on there, and 5 Dawn left at this point. May try to play like Zoro Juro or something. Doflamingo blocker could be at this point. And Dofi blocker is going to be that choice. Going to be able to reorder that top 5 to the top or bottom however they like. And plenty of options. Lots of 2Ks to be able to utilize as well as another Gum Gum Giant. So is actually going to put it all at the bottom of the deck. Did not want to keep it at the top. Very interesting. So ends up drawing for turn another 2K Barto. Remember that the Kuzan -5 is active on the entire field. So that Sanji being a 4 cost right now and that Dofi basically being a 0 cost. If they get any removal potential at this point, right, they need a -1 on the Sanji and another they need -2 on the Sanji to be able to get rid of it. They might just do a double Rebecca play, I feel like. Are they going to do a double Rebecca play? It's a really interesting part right now, using the Manchuri effect. Manchuri going to be grabbing the Rebecca. 2 Rebeccas now in hand. is going to go 6,000 power at lead to -1 the Sanji. And here's the thing. Do you block with the Doflamingo now? Right? Not really pitch any cards in hand, but is just going to go in with a Gum Giant, just trying to draw cards at this point. What are you going to get rid of? Is going to get rid of Gear 2. I would have thought maybe God Thread would be something they get rid of. And draws another 2K Sanji and a Thunder Bagua. Not really something that you can play in this next turn that can really help you out. Your best option right now is 9-drop Lin. But Rebecca coming in right now, maybe going in as Sup is saying in chat with the Hina, might be something we know that's in trash, right? We saw it earlier hit the trash. Might be something that comes into the hand, but Brook is the option instead. And so with the Brook, is going to go ahead, play the Brook to go ahead and minus the Sanji, and the Rob Lucci clearing both of the board, right? Getting the -1 on the Lucci, getting the -1 from the Brook, is going to be able to put Sanji in range as a 2 cost to be able to clear out both of these bodies. And once again, like I said, really control this game. Make sure nothing stays on the board. And you see a lot of times too, one thing that you may have noticed if you're not really used to seeing this matchup a lot is not swinging the 10-cost Kuzan at all, right? This 10-cost Kuzan has just been sitting there in this game and doing nothing besides minusing 5 to the entire board. And so here's a 9-cost Sanji onto another Lin. Is this the final Sanji Lin combo that we've seen? And here it comes. A Nami into the hand. The Sanji getting drawn for turn. Lin being on the top is just gonna cycle the hand yet again. I think this game is still like really close, chat. I don't think either player is too far ahead. It's definitely advantage blue purple Luffy, but I don't know. I mean, I think this might seal it. I think that this play, honestly, like kind of seals it. Because you go back to 3 life, you use that Lin to be able to remove a body on the field after getting that Brook, and that Rob Lucci, a brick in hand, is going to put them back up to 5 life. Everybody's originally where they started in this game, right? Luffy, a 3 life leader, back at 3 life. The Rob Lucci, a 5 life leader, back at 5. And so uses a Tempest Kick, definitely has 10 in trash, finds a 5-cost blocker Sabo. This is something that we haven't really seen a ton of in Rob Lucci decks as of late. Definitely maybe like a 1 or a 2 of potentially at this point. So thinking about the minus on here, is going to minus the Lin, makes it -8 overall, makes it a nice little 1 cost on there. Is the Luffy really losing out on cards, though? I mean, maybe a little bit. But he hasn't really given up any cards in hand at all. I guess he kind of has. He's going to -1 that Sanji, put it to a 3 cost overall. Do you have a way to double remove at this point? Maybe with the Manchuri, actually. Manchuri going to be able to grab the other 4-cost Rob Lucci, is going to put Tempest Kick and another body back into the deck. What is the best body right now? It's going to be Jack. So Lucci coming into the hand right now. Again, Lin being at a 1 cost and Sanji being at a 6. The Rebecca is going to be able to get a Brook back out onto the field so long as you have one in the trash. I feel like they could go to time, if anything. So the Brook coming down is going to -1 on the Sanji to put it at a 2 cost. And so at a 2 and a 1, playing over the Rebecca, I would have thought maybe the Manchuri is what you played over, but is going to go ahead and do the Rob Lucci, get the Laboon and 10-cost Kuzan, as well as Tashigi back in there, and both bodies once again leave the field. Yeah, it's like what you're saying, Mike. Like, once Luffy, like, just doesn't have any bodies on field and they stop being able to produce bodies out onto the field, it's like, then Rob Lucci just goes bing, 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 you know? Because, I mean, he's sitting at 5 life right now. And Luffy just keeps swinging at board. So there's a Nami, right? The third Nami into the hand. We saw a Red Rock in there, so we can confirm that Red Rock is in the list. Red Rock being very nice against Tenkosu Kuzan, but being a couple turns too late, I feel like. Is going to swing now 6,000 power at Brook and claim that KO. So the Red Rock coming in is going to bottom deck that Kuzan, that pesky guy, onto the field. But only 4 Dawn left at this point. What do you do with the 4 Dawn? You just pass off the turn. So now still sitting at 5 life. It may be a situation where you're just like swinging and like play Sabo, right? Play Sabo, find the 10 Kuzans that you put back into the deck earlier. But first, using the Manchuri effect, right? Manchuri going to be able to grab a piece that you love to see. Is thinking about a 4-cost Kuzan. I do kind of like the idea of 4-cost Kuzan, right? That allows you, once like 8-cost Katakuris come down or something of the sort, you're going to be able to clear them pretty easily, even though you lost the 10-cost Kuzan. And so swings that 6,000 power as one of the few characters on board, as the only character on board that can actually hit life. Luffy is going to take it. Go ahead, use leader effect, and with the 9, I think with the 9 Dawn is just going to play Kuzan and Sabo. So plays Kuzan for that draw 1 first. And then with the 5 of the Sabo is going to go ahead, draw 2 and trash 2 and protect the whole field from at least KO effects for the rest of the turn. You do have to trash 2 cards. Is prioritizing that Hina as you go Barto and 4-drop Kuzan, right? The Hina might be really nice to be able to minus in the coming turns. And so now the blue-purple Luffy going to go in. Also, Sombra, what's good? How are you, Sombra? So now on the other 10 cost turn, or the 10 Dawn turn, now the Luffy kind of scrambling a bit, is going to go ahead and swing at this Manchuri. Do you block? You do block right there, because you could just grab Rebecca back with the Manchuri, right? And so is thinking about just raw playing this 9-drop Linlin, probably putting the Kuzan in life, if I had to take a guess, right? Really just wants to make it as hard as possible to remove these bodies on the field. What's the best chance you can have to keep bodies here? And so uses Tempest Kick, draws 1 card, finds another Tempest Kick. That Linlin now sitting at 6 cost after the minus. You just go ahead and hard play the Hina, right? Manchuria is going to be able to grab a card right back. Might be that 4-cost Rebecca. Think about grabbing Jack. Oh no, grabbing Rebecca. I was going to say you can't grab Jack. It has to be a 3 to 5 that you grab. Now, Rebecca can grab Jack if you want to do that. So put some cards back here. 3.5 minutes on the clock, chat. In case anybody's wondering. This final coming down. Definitely a crazy game. So 6,000 power at lead. Again, just poking with this Rob Lucci. Finally getting cards out of hand. And now another Rob Lucci swing. 6,000 power is going to minus the Linlin to make it a 5-cost overall. And with the 3 Dawn from the Hina is going to go ahead and -4 in the Brook, going in and KOing. Both of these characters also active. Going to be really good to note. You still have that Sabo on field as a blocker. And Sabo, honestly, could just be a block 1K in a sense. And so Gravity Blade coming down onto the hand after grabbing that card on the top. Might be thinking of playing Gravity Blade in this turn to get rid of something like Sabo and Brook at this point. Might be kind of your biggest threats. Sabo, Brook, and swing at the Manchury. So there goes that Gravity Blade. The Gravity Blade getting rid of the Sabo and also the Manchury, actually. Super curious to swing at the Manchury, in my opinion. Or to bottom deck the Manchury after putting the blocker away. But it is going to attach one, swing 7 at lead, takes it into hand, passes off the turn. 2 Dawn left open for the different counter events. Brook, Hina, and Rob Lucci. I think maybe, well, no, because you can just swing at the Manchury, right? And so ends up swinging 6. Does that 1K counter on the Zoro Juro. So what do you do with the rest of this? Do you block her? No, you don't block her up. You just get aggressive, right? 7,000 power now at lead. Gets the gear 2. Now cards finally getting out of the Luffy's hand. He's got a 9-drop Luffy. Overtime rules, are overtime rules a little bit different in Japan? I can't remember on the last time, because we had overtime rules recently at a championship. This game definitely going to overtime. But it definitely goes, I'm pretty sure there's an extra turn, right, that happens. This is the finals, Zach. This is the finals. There is definitely an extra turn that happens in overtime, but it will eventually go to life if life is the same deck. So I think he has to play like 9-drop Luffy at this point. 2, 1, 0. So time is been called now at this point. Oh God, they're saying what it is. So I think it's 3 turns. So it's turn 0, who is the guy on the left, and then it's 3 extra turns. So 0 on the left, 1 on the right, 2 on the left, 3 on the right. Yeah, I can't read that. Yeah, this is the finals. And so swinging 6 is going to be a 2K counter right there. Is going to play that 9-drop Luffy to be able to gain that rush. Is going to draw that 1 card, swing 10,000 for the block. And passing off the turn. Looks like Rob Lucci just going to be in a commanding spot to be able to win this. He found 1, and that's what mattered, Jesse. He found 1, and that's what mattered, because that Kuzan stuck for so long. And that Luffy looked so hard for that Gum Gum Red Rock, but did not find it for like 4 turns.